No, like a pirate that's got a parrot stuck in his throat or something.
Can you?
What's orange? What's
Got a parrot stuck in his throat or something.
a carrot? What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. What's orange and sounds like a parrot?
How about
Can you take that and shake it up? I mean, like really shake it up. Really shake it up. You feel it getting tight?
Yes.
Feel it filling up a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know this is a very scary faux pas on radio.
Oh yeah. And then I want you to hold it like this. You trust
And
me?
it's tight.
Just like that. Watch this. Imagine I could reach inside that bottle and I could pull out that fizz. In fact, you can see it now starting to go. Look at me. And I could just pull it into my hand and I could pull it across the table right here to me and I could hold it in my hand. And if I had that fizz in my hand right now, that would mean, if you trust me after everything we've been through, you could open that Coke and open it like you mean it.
Can I open it away from the board a little bit?
Do what you think you must. Well, you know that energy never goes away. Energy has to go somewhere.
And that was capped.
Energy has to go somewhere big. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Watch the bottle.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you know that energy never goes away. Energy has to go somewhere.
And that was capped.
Can you? Well, you know that energy never goes away. Energy has to go somewhere.
And that was capped.
Energy has to go somewhere big. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Watch the bottle.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Can you take that and shake it up? I mean, like really shake it up. Really shake it up. You feel it getting tight?
Yes.
Feel it filling up a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know this is a very scary faux pas on radio.
Oh yeah. And then I want you to hold it like this. You trust
And
me?
it's tight.
Just like that. Watch this. Imagine I could reach inside that bottle and I could pull out that fizz. In fact, you can see it now starting to go. Look at me. And I could just pull it into my hand and I could pull it across the table right here to me and I could hold it in my hand. And if I had that fizz in my hand right now, that would mean, if you trust me after everything we've been through.
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm gonna buy this stuff.
What are you gonna do with it?
I'm buying it.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing.
What are you gonna do with it?
Eat it. What do you
Eat it, the whole thing?
Yes,
Eat
the whole thing. Why is it? Can I not buy
sell
this
your
whole
child.
package?
No,
Why?
because I say so.
You're the owner?
Yes.
How much you want for this?
It's almost $2,000, but what are you gonna do with it?
I know it's $2,000.
Yeah.
What, you think I can afford it?
What are you gonna do with it?
Putain, let me buy the Parmesan.
You can't.
Why?
Not here, my friend. No way. See? It's too heavy. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm gonna buy this Parmesan.
I was trying to make the most realistic glass eye, and I just couldn't get the vein.
What happened yesterday while I was off? Well, Harry Potter happened. Harry Potter happened. So I don't know if I can show you guys this. We'll go through and look at some of these because there has been a lot of this going on. Let me go and pull up. This is a pretty funny reality here. Is that we have Harry Potter, which is the, this is the new one. Now, I don't know why they tried to make a new Harry Potter. I'm going to be real. Like, I think it was so stupid for them to make a new Harry Potter because nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted a new Harry Potter. Nobody needs a new Harry Potter. What's the point of having Harry Potter again? Like, why are you even doing this? It doesn't even make sense. So you have a lot of people that are, very clearly and obviously, doing that, but like, where is it here? If I can find this. So this is the first trailer. Let me make sure I get the audio for this set up because it's broken again. I know, big surprise, right? And because the game made a ton of money. Well, I don't really see, like, I mean, to me it just feels weird because like we've already had Harry Potter very recently, and now like, I mean, am I crazy for thinking that like I feel like Harry Potter kind of just happened? Like, they're still doing the Fantastic Beasts almost, right? So let's go ahead. We're going to watch the trailer. This is for the new Harry Potter, okay? This is it. Let's watch on YouTube. Okay, that's actually a better idea. Okay. 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 No. Here we go. No. Let's see. All right. So this is the new Harry Potter. You guys ready? All right, let's see it. This is probably
told
that's
you.
where he lives. Yeah, you little bitch. Get in the closet.
You are a normal boy. And you're
Oh.
going to start acting like one.
Beat him up.
You think you're something special?
Ooh.
There is nothing special about you.
Dear Mr. Potter, a new HBO. It's not really a new HBO original. I mean, didn't they made one of these before though?
Your parents were the kindest, bravest people I ever met.
Oh damn.
They were funny and clever. And they stood up for what they believed was right. The next time I see you, we'll be in Hogwarts.
Damn. Oh, it's Ron. Wow. Wow.
Mr. Potter, I think we can expect great things from you.
Oh. Wow.
Let's see who
Those
you
wands are busting, yo. That hairstyle. Why would they have the hairstyle?
Are you really Harry Potter?
I'm gonna be real. Like, you know what this looks like? This looks like great value Harry Potter. This is the store brand of Harry Potter. This is what they would do if they weren't able to get guys like, and I know that, like, for example, the guy that plays Snape is like a really accomplished actor, but like overall, if you go back and you look at the actual cast for Harry Potter, the cast was ridiculous. Like, it was an absolute, like if I go through this, let me go back and just show this, okay? Cast for Harry Potter original. So, full cast and crew. Okay, I don't know if this is just the first movie or not, but like you had all of these people, like Maggie Smith was well known, right? You had, let's see here. What are all the other examples? There's the guy that played Snape, who was Alan Rickman, was like insanely well known. Emma Watson became very well known. Like all of the actors that played, and it's not just that. It was it was the actors that they brought on, right? Like they brought on Gary Oldman, for example, and Richard Harris. Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, they brought in all of these other guys that were like insanely great actors, and they just made the movies really, really, really good. And this is one of the things that, like, I think that people don't talk about this enough with movies, is that, like, I don't, Warwick Davis, yeah, I think I didn't really know him before then, right? But like many of the actors that were in the movies were like insanely good. It's the same with like Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Look at the actual cast for Pirates of the Caribbean. Like absolute goated cast, like insanely good cast. Like I base whether I'm going to watch a movie or not, this might sound stupid, on who's in the movie. Like if I see a good set of actors that's in the movie, I just assume the movie's going to be good. Like, I don't care what the movie's about. I don't give a shit about it because, like, I just assume that those guys will be able to deliver a cinematic experience that is enriching and entertaining and fulfilling, right? Like, if I see a movie like, I don't know, like, I could go through a lot of them. The Expendables? Yeah, the Expendables, right? Like, everybody knows. Like, me and my dad rented the Expendables on Redbox. You guys remember Redbox? We went and we rented the Expendables on Redbox. Everybody knows what that's going to be. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. That's why we rented it. And we got exactly what we asked for. That's it. And so many examples of this, right? All Tarantino movies? Yes, exactly. Like if you have a Quentin Tarantino movie and it's like, do I really care about Django Unchained, like the plot of Django Unchained? Like, I don't really give a shit about that. Just like, okay, it seems like it could just be some bullshit. But then whenever I see that it's starring Jamie Foxx, wait, what? And then it's got, oh my God, Leonardo DiCaprio. And then, hold up, wait a minute. Christoph Waltz is the guy with Jamie. And then Samuel Jackson. Wait, what? Hold up, wait a minute. You know, then I think to myself, okay, never mind. I'm going to go and see this. And so, exactly, best cast. So that's the way I look at it. So let's go through the frames here, all right? So you've got a lot of the main characters. And I think that there's also an example of the fact that, like, they already made Harry Potter, and Harry Potter was already really good. Like, people liked Harry Potter. Like, this right here, I mean, this looks like the average subway, right? There's, like, some big fucking guy here. It's Hagrid, obviously. Now, does Hagrid look like Hagrid? No, because Hagrid already looked like Hagrid. Like, this is the problem. Is that, like, if you look at the images here, this is Hagrid. It is. This guy isn't Hagrid. And it matters. And the reason why it matters, here's the reason why it makes a difference, is because this guy looks like basically... like, look at his face is puffier. He's got a bigger nose. He's got bigger features. This guy just looks like a tall guy with a big beard. This guy looks like a giant. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way that his face looks just makes him look like that guy, right? And yes, he is Hagrid. Yes, he is Hagrid. And so it's Hagrid on Ozempic. That's what some people are saying. And so anyway, I'll look at the other characters and what they have here. So where is it? I mean, Professor McGonagall is like, okay, this is, I mean, I feel like, again, like we've already seen this. We already know what this is. So this is just him, I guess, taking notes. What is this? Are these the Slytherin boys, right? Like these, look at him, bro. What's with the hair? Oh my God. And so, like, I don't understand. Like, this is too much, man. This is too much, bro. Like, yeah. And that's Malfoy with the broccoli hair. Is that right? I mean, I kind of assumed it was, but I didn't know. And let's see, are there any more frames? Okay, so I guess this is Quidditch, right? And I just, and then there's Severus Snape, right? Which, like, very clearly, what I think is funny is that Severus Snape being black, I think will not even be in the top 10 problems with this movie. I think so. It's the same thing. Do you remember whenever I said this about Assassin's Creed with, like, Yasuke? Where, like, Yasuke being the main character of the story will actually not be in the top... It won't even be in the top 10 problems in the story of the game. I think this will be the same thing. Or, sorry, series, right? Okay, well, whatever it is. And, yeah, I know it's a series. So true. Yeah, I don't even think this is going to be a big thing. Now, in my opinion, though, like, I think that racial casting like this, especially, like, Severus Snape is, like, a core character in Harry Potter. It's not like you're changing, like, I don't know, like, Hagrid, who, like, doesn't really play, like, a huge role in it. Or you're not changing, I don't know, you know, some other... like, I don't know, some other random secondary character, right? That Luna girl, for example. Like, he's a core character. Luna Lovegood. Yeah, who gives a shit about her, right? And, you know, again, like, she's in the story, you know, intermittently, but she doesn't really play that big of a role. And so why change it at all, right? Exactly. And so the moment that I see a racial swap with any character, I'm going to be real. Racial swap equals modern audience slop. That's the way I see it. The moment that I see that, I assume that it's going to be garbage. And the reason why, and I do make exceptions for, like, you know, actors that are, like, really, really well known, right? And, like, this guy apparently is a very well known actor, so it could be okay. But in a general sense, Nick Fury, there are always exceptions, but I'm talking about the rule. And whenever I see that, here's the reason why. Is that, and also Nick Fury is portrayed multiple times in the comics in different ways, and I think that in some of those times he is actually black. So no exceptions for this. I don't think that there are. I think that there are exceptions, but anyway, if you see this and there's any of this that happens, then yeah, I do feel like people just kind of you know, like they kind of write it off as it's going to be more DEI modern audience slop, and I can't blame them. I really can't. I think this is the way a lot of people would see things. And it's the way that I see it, too. Imagine if they swapped Harry Potter. Yeah, exactly, right? And, yeah, like Lawrence Fishburne, exactly. This is going to be fun when they show him hanging from the trees in the books. Keck W and double white guys. Yeah. And like, so because Professor Snape is very clearly, he's defined in the books, right? They say what Professor Snape looks like. So then when you're changing that, now you're deviating from the source material. Why are you deviating from the source material? There's no reason. This Dumbledore, by the way, this is not as cool as the other Dumbledore, right? It's not. It's not. This Dumbledore is way cooler. He is. Like, this is just infinitely fucking cooler, man. And look at this versus this. I mean, in my opinion, it's not even remotely close. Yeah, I mean, like, this guy, I mean, it looks like he... You know what it looks like? It looks like this guy's wearing a costume. It looks like this guy they just turned the camera on and started recording him, right? And wrong hat, maybe, I don't know. Original was better in 1 and 2? Well, yeah, the original Dumbledore was good too. You're right, there was that guy. So yeah, I mean, that's a cosplayer. Wait, which one? Who's a cosplayer? I don't know about that. Speaking of cosplayer. But there's plenty of other examples, right, of like this being there. I'm just clicking through them. But anyway, so yeah. And looks like a rabbi. Yeah, he does. He looks like a rabbi. He looks like a rabbi without the things on the side. So overall, I just, like, I'm just not feeling it, man. I'm really just not feeling it. I don't think this is going to pop off. I think a lot of people are going to think that it's weird. Like, I personally think that it's weird. They spent $100 million an episode to reboot Harry Potter, a potential $5.6 billion budget. And so this is the main actor, right? There you go. This is the guy playing Snape. I think it's very obvious that audiences don't like race swaps. It is. It's obvious they don't like race swaps. Like, overwhelmingly, whenever a race swap happens, there is a huge outcry on the internet of people that are angry about it. So you ask yourself, why is it that you keep doing them? Why do you keep doing this thing that nobody in the audience actually wants this to happen? And Marvel White Panther, yeah, played by Ryan Gosling. So I think that rightfully so, by the way. Well, yeah, I mean, well, either way, like, here's the funny thing is that it doesn't matter whether it's rightfully so or not. If you want to make a movie called Brokeback Mountain and your target audience is Saudi Arabia, you're going to be fighting a pretty tough crowd. And it doesn't matter whether you care about gay rights or not, whether what your values on LGBT representation is or not. At the end of the day, if you make a movie about a gay dude and you try to put it out there inside of fucking, I don't know, the Middle East, you're going to have a bad time. So I think that the more that they try and do this, the more people are going to push back on it, because there's really no creative reason for why this would happen, especially with such a main character. And who asked for it? Same people in Lord of the Rings. Equivalent. Imagine they did it with Lord of the Rings. Well, I can imagine it because they did do it. Like, they changed some of the dwarves to being black. They had one of the elves being black, etc. And I think that there's no problem with doing, like, obviously fantasy stories. But whenever you have a fantasy universe that is established, I don't think that you should ever do race swaps. And the reason why I know that it's political is because it never goes the other way. There is never a time where there is a black character that's then recast as a white character. Almost never. Like, I mean, maybe once or twice, but it's like 99.999% of the time. And so tell us it's political. You give us a quick watch. It's really relevant to this. 10 years ago, by the way. Let me go and look at it. Where is it? What's this here? Ghostbusters 2016. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, this is just... I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'll watch the intro for it.
So there's a new Ghostbusters movie coming out, and for something related to one of my favorite franchises, it may be expected that I review it, but instead of a review, for once, I'm doing something a little different. A non-review, because I refuse to watch it. I'll tell you why. Yep. The original, which we now have to call the 1984 Ghostbusters, is a timeless classic. Yeah. It's one of the greatest comedies ever made. Yeah. But this one, judging from the trailers, it looks awful. So instead of doing what everybody else is going to do, go see the movie and then
say
talk
how
about
bad
it is,
Yeah.
I'm going to do something different, something unheard of. I'm not going to see it. Wow. What a novel concept, right? If you already know you're going to hate it, why give them your money?
That's right.
If this is the Ghostbusters movie that nobody wanted, then the box office results should reflect that.
And it did. It totally did. It was the biggest, like, it is looked back on 10 years later as like one of the biggest flops of all time.
But I don't think it is. Maybe the actual movie is better than the trailer. Maybe it's good. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
I know I'm biased. Ghostbusters is something that a lot of us grew up with.
Yeah.
And we wanted to see
I
the
remember
original
watching it as a
cast
kid.
back together for one last time.
That's right.
While they were still alive.
True.
And then maybe introduce a new younger cast, work them in, win
Exactly.
us over, and then pass it on for a new generation.
There it is.
But the path to Ghostbusters 3 had so many detours and got kicked.
And so it didn't happen, right? That's the reason why. Huge flop. Exactly. And so you have this happen, and now it's just like the problem with Harry Potter is that you have a lot of people that are like, okay, well, they're big fans of it. This is the miscast of Snape. Listen to this. The miscast of Snape in Harry Potter is a good example of race swapping changing an entire story. If Snape is black, despite books saying he's white, then Harry is now suspicious that the only black teacher at Hogwarts is stealing. Oh no! And his dad bullied a black kid by hanging him. This seems like a major story change to introduce the idea of racism, and it strays from the source material. It's weird, man. It's so fucking weird. So, yes, the dark, yes. Do you want to learn about defense of the dark arts, Harry Potter? I mean, and this is it. Oh, Professor Snape might be stealing things. Oh, my dad played a trick on him where he hung Professor Snape from a tree. It's just like, bro, the KKK couldn't have written something more racist than that. The Half-Blood, oh my God. It just gets worse. Oh my God. Guys, this is insane. And so anyway, I'll teach you about potions. No, I'm not reading that one. Yes, God damn, it's all in the fine print. It's just so fucking embarrassing. And so when people see this in a story, and the reason why is that if you actually knew about the source material, you would have never made this casting decision. Even if you wanted to cast this guy, you could cast him as 10 different roles, right? Why is he Professor Snape specifically? A character that, you know, if you made them black, it would seem like people were racist against them. Why would you do that? It's because you don't care about the source material. You don't give a shit about it. So now I'll look at the comments about it, and we'll look at it. And the thing is that anybody saying that it's racism or anything else, you can be right about it being... Guys, they don't have guns over there, okay? They don't have guns. This is unrealistic. This is not realistic at all. Like, that's not what they do. Okay? Like, I don't know what you guys are thinking. Yeah, this is Hogwarts isn't in America, okay? So anyway, let's go back. I'll look at the other ones here. New exclusive look. What is this?
Yo asses. In these anti-racism classes, my ass will attempt to penetrate yo ass's mind.
Thank God you said mind.
Should my ass find any memories that reveals yo ass to be a racist, we'll be sending yo ass to Azkaban prison, you feel me? Now, any questions yo ass want to ask?
I do have one, actually. How is it that you can evidently pronounce arse correctly, but you're incapable of pronouncing arse, which is basically the same word, but with a curse sound?
Oh, no.
Another word that ends in cuz, motherfucker, Protego yo ass.
Time to set up my 4chan account.
Okay, I think that's a good place to stop. And so anyway, wow. And Harry Potter, oh, is this Harry Potter? You know what? Actually, I think the remake isn't that bad. Yeah, Harry Potter, the new one might be pretty good, actually. And Persia, it's fucking brilliant. Yeah, wow, guys. And send me the Hogwarts, exactly. And anyway, reminder, Harry Potter series will cause harm. A reminder, so this is the funniest thing about this. So you have basically, this is the worst situation for a bigoted racist person to be in. The Harry Potter show, it creates one of the largest and the biggest paradoxes that you could possibly have. You're truly between a rock and a hard place, because you can boycott the Harry Potter show because there's black people in it, or you can support it because it supports J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling wants to take away trans rights. So which group do you hate more, black people or trans people? Every single bigoted person on the internet has to make this decision now. They either have to love it in order to hate trans people, or they have to hate it in order to hate black people. You can't do both. I don't know what we can do. To be or not to be. Exactly. What's your decision? I've been stuck on this for 2 days now. I still don't know. This is bad. I'm going to go with the first one. Is that right? Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch it. I'm probably never going to watch this shit. But, like, realistically, that's what's going to happen. I'll probably watch highlights of it and, like, the kind of, like, the lowlights. Probably not the highlights. The lowlights of the show of, like, all the stupid things in it. And then after that, I'm probably going to, you know, move past it whenever people don't care. Schrodinger's racism, yes. And so, and I can still hate women and like a show with women. Okay, so, I get it. You don't know that we're joking. Okay, I get it. No, it's okay, man. It's fine. You're gonna get there. And so anyway, because wait, this guy's like trying to explain it to me. I'm like, wait, this is, you know, we're joking around, right? Like, I mean, this is we're fucking around with this, like, obviously. So anyway, it's self-detected. I guess so. So why not both? Just pirate it? I guess so. And anyway, so these are the characters, 2001. Now, so it happened 25 years apart from each other. Now, I, like, this is a thing for me, like, as a, you know, like, I'm, like, the same age as them, right? Like, I think they were, like, you know, between, like, 10 and, like, 13 or something like that. And, like, I was, you know, 11 in 2001, right? Or 10 or 11. And so I, you know, I had that happen, and I love these movies, and, you know, I grew up with the movies, and it was amazing. So, yeah, I mean, I was just like, what the fuck happened to the lighting? I don't know. I mean, it's just, they made it way darker. I mean, maybe in Britain, they can't afford as many light bulbs as we can, and they have, like, this thing where basically they don't want to show a lot of light in Britain because that would make people buy light bulbs, and then light bulbs will create global warming. So we don't want to have that happen. So anyway, let's go back. I'll look at these here. Draco Malfoy. That's Malfoy? What the fuck? And is Malfoy a looks maxer? Are they going to do that? And what Twitter doesn't even realize, Harry Potter show is a combination of big factors. I just feel like, again, I don't really see people that are that, like Harry Potter and Harry and Snape and the interactions in the book, Harry and Snape interactions in the HBO show. I'm not gonna. I know what he says. I know what he says. We don't need to see it. And play it? No, we're not going to play that one. That's a big one. So anyway, yeah, hard pass on watching the Harry Potter show on HBO. J.K. Rowling can get bent. So you have a situation where you have, and I saw somebody that wrote this. So this is another Twitter individual, right? So I made a reply. So this person said, if you watch and support this, you are funding trans genocide globally, by the way. So if you watch Harry Potter, you're funding trans genocide. Right. And so anyway, do you guys notice something here? I made a comment on this, but there are no comments to be seen. Do you want to know one of the reasons why? It's because I replied to this, and I think that they hid my comment. So not being able to use the woman's restroom isn't genocide. Not only do you delegitimize real genocides that have happened, but you also train people to ignore trans issues by making ridiculous comparisons. So this person very clearly blocked me. I think they've now blocked me. Look at this here. The author has blocked you, so you can't perform this action. So I made this reply, and they had to block me because of this. And it's pretty sad, but you know, that's the reason why, is because they have to. Yeah, Mudblood. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that anymore. That's like saying paying for groceries is supporting child slave labor. Yeah, exactly right. It's ridiculous. They hate facts. What do you expect? I guess so. But anyway, it's like the amount of people that are like going crazy about this. I think that this Harry Potter show has definitely hit the worst of both worlds. Is that it's alienated people that are like kind of anti-woke because you're doing race swaps on the main characters. And it's also alienated people who are woke because you're doing you're having J.K. Rowling do it, and she's involved, and you know, she hates trans people and wants to kill every single trans person, according to, you know, retards on the internet, which is not even true. She just doesn't want them using the women's bathroom, right? It's like, imagine thinking that you can't, like, not being able to use the women's bathroom is genocide. I'm being genocided at this very moment because I can't use the women's bathroom. So it might ironically succeed. I don't really think so. I think that a show like this won't be successful. I could be wrong, but, you know, I could see it. I think this Harry Potter show is going to go somewhat like Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, right? Is that it's going to, you know, at the beginning, it's going to have a lot of people that watch it. Everybody's going to want to watch it and see what's going on. And you're going to have like a small subset of people that are like really big Harry Potter fans that are going to stick along with it. But overall, I think that you'll probably have, because this is what I'm assuming. I am assuming that the show is going to be garbage because they put no effort. Like when I see a race swap in the game, in a story, I assume that they don't care about the source material. And if they don't care about the source material, the most dedicated fans will not appreciate it either. Because now it's like, this is not respectful to the source material, period. So, because if you cared about the source material, you would want to cast in a way that would be, you know, direct to the source material. So, I thought it would flop until I saw the trailer just now. The character's trash, the setting trash, significantly more book-like than the movies were. Well, I don't know, significantly more book-like. Oh, the setting? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, again, being more like the books doesn't make it good necessarily, but it would get some of the people that are, you know, like big fans of the books to watch it, but I don't know. They don't. They revealed they'll be adding new things to the show, which means stuff from the book will go. Yeah, I mean, I just think that that's where things are going to go. And, you know, everybody's saying this is, you know, this is a genocide against trans people, and then people boycotting it, the same as they did with Hogwarts Legacy. And now you're not going to have the other opposite side of people that are fighting, you know, for it. Like, because with Hogwarts Legacy, for example, and here's another thing with Hogwarts Legacy, is that the game on a fundamental level was a good game. It was a very, very good game. It was the best Harry Potter game, I think, that's ever been made. So, you know, people wanted to play it for that reason. I think that almost everybody liked it. But at the same time, it was fun. Yes, it was fun. And now you have, you know, this, and it's like, it doesn't really have that same group of people that are going to bat for it in the same way. So, it's good as fuck, but so woke. I mean, yeah, it was kind of woke, but like, which is what I thought was ironic, right? Is like, you have these people, and like, they're not even going to buy the content to begin with. But who knows? Did you see they're going to shut down Sora? I did. The reason why they're shutting down Sora is because Sam Altman is Jewish, and he wants to help Israel by removing Iran's ability to show that they're destroying Israel with Sora because they're AI generating videos. That's the reason why they're getting rid of Sora. This is like a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional chess play by Sam Altman to make sure that Israel wins the war against Iran. So you guys didn't know this. It's the Jews again? Oh, I mean, yeah, of course it is, right? Everything is them. And did you see the layoffs at Fortnite? I did. That was like 2 days ago. I was live whenever that happened. They used Gemini. Well, you know what I've started doing? I've started using Gemini to test if I'm able to get, I've started using it to see how good it is. So, map of all the bears in Crimson Desert. Defense or damage reduction for Abyskier. Best place to farm bear gallbladder. And so I've been using it like this just to see if it would work. Yeah, I have been. And I'm like, well, maybe it will. Gemini is wrong so many times. It was wrong, like, I'd say 50% of the time, right? It was. And you see the Xbox showcase? No, I didn't even hear about that. I had no idea about it at all. Why can't the creators come up with some interesting lore to put history, like scholars and architects, and the materials that Hogwarts studies and teaches the students to make them black? Why do they need to change white people specifically? Well, because they want to remove white people from stories. The people that get involved in these in like the screencasting and the typecasting, they want to do it explicitly to remove white representation and to reframe white representation into being a bad thing and to characters that are white looking like they're bad people. That's the reason why. That's why every single time that they race swap a character, it's never one of the bad characters. It's always one of the good characters. Have you guys noticed that? So this is the reason, like, once you start to understand this, then it makes perfect sense. The people that are doing that are racist, and they want to use media to perpetuate anti-right racism. That's the reason why. And it's really just that simple. It's not any more complex. It's not any harder to understand. It is very, very one-dimensional. Yeah, they want to erase the bad by erasing their own race? I guess so. Did you find a cat village in Crimson Desert? I have not. And remember when Gemini made the founding father black? Yes, exactly. And you're using the dumb model thinking. The best Gemini is the pro model. Really, I didn't know that. I'll have to look and try that out instead. You're wrong about the race swap only goes one way. They made the black kid that murdered people white in a British documentary. Well, that's the funny thing, is that the one instance where you have representation of minorities that's being inverted and now it's being represented by white people is whenever you're talking about knife crimes or sexual harassment on a what do you call it? On a train station. Like, all you have to do is look at the statistics, and you'll see that overwhelmingly this is done way disproportionately by migrants, but for some reason nobody wants to show that. That's the reason why. Pro's actually really good. Maybe I'll have to try it myself. So anyway, that's the way I feel about it. And funding a trans genocide. Wow. Crazy work. How about that? They want to villainize and demonize white people, whether it's replacing white guys with minorities or making white people villains. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. And another thing is that whenever you have one of the race swap characters, you can almost because with Severus Snape, I think that the most interesting and the best thing about him, this is the last thing I want to say about this because I've been talking about it for a while, but with Severus Snape, it didn't really hit me until like the sixth movie that he was actually a good guy. Like, maybe I wasn't really paying attention that much, but like it took a long time. So like from the beginning, like I always thought like Snape was actually a bad guy. He was an asshole. He was a piece of shit dickhead, right? And yeah, like this guy's just mean, right? For no reason. And that's by design. But will they do that with a character that has been recast as black? Will they do that? I think it's very unlikely that will happen. I do. Because, again, that's the way that they cast and they do these characters now. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, but that's what my expectation is for what's going to happen.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and pretty huge day. YouTube's actually lost a pretty serious social media addiction lawsuit. Now again, this is before all the appeals end up getting filed. Apparently YouTube was guilty or bared 30% responsibility alongside Facebook, which bared 70% responsibility about millions of dollars in punitive damages from companies like Facebook, and in fact around $900,000 from companies like Google, okay? And of course, this is a huge, huge situation because turns out a lot of this actual focus was on the connection between your kid's mental health and addiction to social media. Now, again, I think addictions are a vice, and in a lot of ways, obviously, they're very terrible. Let's not pretend. And one of the things that I always do find is that, you know, in today's day and age, a lot of kids don't really have access to, I want to say, kid-friendly spaces. There's a lot of bad shit on the internet. But before we get into it, there's a lot to cover, so I want to actually look at the original case file. Let's rip the Band-Aid, get right off into the meat and potatoes of this, okay? No 10-minute deliberation of arbitrary abstract facts. Here is, again, the initial, filing with KGM, which is Kaylee in this situation. she was actually one of the people that kind of brought this whole lawsuit over here. So the plaintiff, KGM, brings a actual case here against companies like Meta, ByteDance, Alphabet, and Snap. So in this case, what has actually happened over here is that she has said that as she used the product from 2015, and a lot of this stuff ends in 2025, so she used Instagram, not Facebook, of course, Instagram in 2015, Snapchat in 2017, TikTok as it released pretty much around 2019, and YouTube back all the way in 2011, all right? So she was basically using the stuff, and she said that the physical injury she experienced was addiction and compulsive use, depression, anxiety, self-harm, where she had, situations where she was cutting herself, and of course, she had thoughts of ending her own life. So again, this gets, of course, as you can imagine, very, very serious. And yeah, after all of this lawsuit went in for basically years at this point, because that's how the legal situation works. You know, you start suing somebody in 1 year, and you're probably looking at a settlement around year 4 or 5. So for this situation, I decided I'm going to actually look at, some of the actual lawsuits, and I'm going to look through all the paperwork. And one of the most important pieces of paperwork that I found was actually in regards to the 278-page social media addiction master complaint. So actually, this is a pretty telling complaint, and it actually puts a lot of these platforms, specifically Facebook, and to an extent YouTube, in a bad light. I keep saying Facebook, but it's really just Meta. That's their, umbrella company. That's basically Mark's, gift to this world. So to go through it, in page 7, what they actually said was, American children are suffering an unprecedented mental health crisis fueled by defendants' addictive and dangerous social media products. In the past decade, Americans' engagement with social media grew exponentially, nowhere more dramatically than amongst our country's youth. The explosion in usage is no accident. It's a result of defendants' studied efforts to induce young people to compulsively use their products, namely Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, borrowing heavily from the behavioral and neurobiological techniques used by slot machines and exploited by the cigarette industry. So, we're tying in big gambling, big tobacco, might as well even throw in all the other bigs in this case, right? But yeah, so they said that the defects in the defendant's products vary by platform, but all exploit children and adolescents. They include, but are not limited to, an algorithmically generated endless feed to keep users scrolling in an induced flow state, intermittent variable rewards that manipulate dopamine delivery to intensify use, trophies to reward extreme usage, metrics and graphics to exploit social comparison, incessant notifications that encourage repetitive account checking. So they say today over a third of 13 to 17-year-old kids report using one of defendants' apps almost constantly and admit that this is too much. So before we continue, I kind of want to level and say that this is a little similar, I find, to lawsuits involving Valve, for instance, when it came to gambling, right? Like the case unboxings, which basically, let's be completely honest, are slot machines that you pay Valve $2.49 Canadian to spin every so often. Now, the thing about it is, in a lot of ways, what we're going to talk about with this lawsuit is it's going to touch upon things like, I guess you could say age verification. I guess you could say the locking down of the internet. It's going to intersect with that. This is a story in a situation where I think everyone has actually failed the victim, the primary victim that's being talked about in this case, all over, right? So I don't want to just sit here and say that I need to take a specific side from one angle. I'm not going to sit here and defend companies like Facebook and Google and Snapchat for deliberately creating systems that I think are meant to be addictive. But I'm also not going to defend the parents 100%, because when you actually look into the story, even the parents have done a pretty spectacular fucking job of failing their child, right? So let's just keep a level head, right? I think a lot of these cases happen because companies like Facebook, companies like Google, companies like Valve even, basically let a bad situation and behavior brew and fester to the point that eventually a lawsuit comes down, and that lawsuit and what happens after these companies lose is actually a big, big loss for a lot of us in another way going forward, right? If a company like Facebook or Google decides to push for age verification and identity verification because of lawsuits like this, and we'll get to why, that ultimately is a loss for us, simply because the parents failed and these companies were too fucking addicted with the aspect of raising their revenues through the roof. So right over here, you can see that when it comes to page 50, the factual allegations. So Meta operates and designs Facebook and Instagram, two of the world's most popular social media products. In 2022, 2 billion users, yada, yada, yada. Meta understands that its products are used by kids under 13. So these are apparently direct quotations. There are definitely kids this age on IG. They aren't supposed to be on IG at all. It understands that its products are addictive. Teens feel addicted, and this is a quote, to IG and feel a pressure to be present like addicts. They feel that they are unable to stop themselves from being on IG. And 3, the tools we currently have aren't effective at limiting their time on the app. So it understands that addictive use leads to problem. It just keeps coming back, even when it stops being good for them. And again, when you look at these quotes specifically, they come from internal communications at Meta, right? Their own internal documentation. So again, it understands that these problems can be so extreme as to include encounters between adults and minors, such as sex talks, 32 times more prevalent on Instagram than on Facebook, and driven largely by a single product defect. Despite this knowledge, Meta has abject failed at protecting child users of Instagram and Facebook. Rather than stand up a 5-alarm effort to stop the problems created by its product, the mental health team stopped doing things, it was defunded, completely stopped. And again, this is all coming from these internal documentations that came out through this lawsuit. So despite what Zuckerberg himself was even warning about, we are not on track to succeed for our core well-being topics: problematic use, bullying and harassment, connections, and SSI. Are at an increased regulatory risk and external criticism. So Meta did nothing. Yet Meta did nothing, and its reason was simple. The growth impact was too high. Taking action would lower usage of, and therefore lower profits earned from a critical audience segment. Youth and teens are critically important to Instagram. There's a new group of 13-year-olds every year, and the competition over their social media engagement has never been more fierce. So again, it's pretty damning to read shit like this, and it's one of the reasons why you have to read these lawsuits and you have to read what has come out to see why the jury, even after seeing everything that we're about to talk about, because there's still a lot more, has kind of pinned a lot of that blame on Meta and also YouTube. So according to more internal documentation that was gathered in this, you can see with the quotations over here, Meta did nothing. Its reason was, again, that the growth impact was too high. Meta's frequent gestures towards youth safety were never serious and always driven by public relations. It's all theater. Meta offered tools to kids and parents, like time spent, that it knew presented false data. Our data is currently shown is incorrect. We're sharing bad metrics externally. We vouch for these numbers. And again, this is quoted as an internal document from Meta. It came out basically as a result of this lawsuit. It's fucked up to see. It's just fucked up, man. It really is. Like, you know, like, you can sit here and say that the implications of a lawsuit being used to further push for bad agenda is one thing, but when you start to see how bad these companies basically really are, you can see that basically the hell that they are brought on is because of their own actions, you know? I am, however, a little bit more interested in the Google YouTube section. So here, when it comes to Google, they said that the Google engineers algorithms to recommend videos to YouTube users. So basically they said was they want to build their algorithms in 2008. So this is when they started building it. The goal was to maximize how long users spent watching YouTube videos. So again, you can see that a former YouTube engineer explained that when he designed YouTube's algorithm, YouTube wanted to optimize for one key metric, which was watch time. The engineer elaborated that increasing users' watch time is actually just good for the business model, because the more hours you watch, the more likely you are to see another ad show up on the video. So that's primarily the aspect that they went to. So again, that's basically how they discussed it over here. They also talked about how the current algorithm uses deep learning neural networks, a type of software that returns output based on the data fed into it. So basically, they're just talking about a recommendations engine. So when you watch videos on the internet, you basically are given the kind of videos that YouTube expects you to watch. So let's say that I watch Linux content, every day. There's probably a good chance that my recommendations are going to be filled with Linux content. If you start watching any other type of content, whether you watch a video or two from a totally different bracket, you'll notice that, whoa, my recommendations also fucking just completely changed out of nowhere. So that's how that aspect works, right? They basically want to keep you addicted onto their platform. Look, if you look at social media as like bars, right? Like bars on Central Street. Every bar wants you to spend most of its time there because as long as they can get you through the doors, they expect you to basically be buying a drink, buying something every so often. Your time, your attention at that location is what drives up other revenues and keeps you more important. Because if you have all the people in your neck of the woods, in your platform, they're not going to be wasting their hours on another platform, spending money, watching an ad here and there. That's all how this works. And because of all this, you have to make your content or your platform just that addicting. It's why even video games, everything basically involves, hiring some of the most invasive psychologists to get you involved and your hooks deep into you. It's kind of similar in a lot of ways, and this is a side tangent to things that I've noticed in today's society, like, for instance, Kalshi is a platform, and I don't really like this platform, but it's a gambling platform. They call it a prediction market. But basically the idea here is that some guy will click on something like, how long will the government shutdown last? They'll go in there, they'll buy into either a yes or no. Basically, they're gambling. They're putting their money in a prediction market, basically gambling on an outcome. And nobody knows how this stuff will work. But it's interesting to see that, for people who say that gambling is such an addictive vice, they immediately turn their eyes around and ignore things like sports betting, for instance. I have met people that have said that there's science to this kind of stuff. There is no science to gambling. The reality of it is gambling is a disorder that, much like drugs like cocaine, heroin, nicotine, or alcohol, gambling activates the brain's reward systems, which is powered by dopamine. Similar drugs, similar phenomenon brought up in these lawsuits. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter inside the brain that reinforces sensations of pleasure and connects those sensations with certain behaviors or actions. So gambling, unlike any other addiction, is associated with cognitive distortions. So people say, if I keep gambling, then eventually I'll win. You don't say that about alcohol, tobacco, cocaine. And that's actually kind of true, right? People do get locked. They get locked into this pit where they're just throwing their money away. And I guess you could say that, to an extent, a similar parallel could exist for sites like Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube, right? And I think it's probably gotten worse. Like, as a general user, I'll fully admit to this, right? Like, when I started watching other people's content on YouTube, even before I made my own content, there was an application, I used to watch it on an iPad, so you click on YouTube, you go to the subscriptions tab, and back then the subscriptions window was just a chronological display of every account you subscribe to. So if I subscribe to Markiplier, if I subscribe to Smosh, if I subscribe to Epic Mealtime back in the day, I would get chronological releases from all those three creators. Now, I don't even feel that that's what YouTube is about anymore. It's like, hey, listen, here is a video you watched on Monday. Now the rest of your week is similar types of videos fed from a whole wide variety of creators. And maybe that works to keep you addicted onto the platform, but I don't think that that's necessarily healthy or beneficial for the creator economy. And when you look at platforms like Facebook or Instagram, it gets even worse. If you start to just sit on Instagram, you'll probably spend your days doom scrolling or swiping up and down. Same can happen for Twitter, same can happen for any social media platform. Is there an aspect of addiction that exists? Absolutely. Nobody should really be denying that. And I think the real crime here is that the platforms have failed the victim in this case, but it's time to also look at even the parents as well too. So actually over here, Meta, their defense lawyers, came up and said that these struggles did stem from other causes, including a learning disability and a difficult home life. Her parents divorced when she was 3, and the father was largely absent. Trial evidence also showed her mother was at times physically and emotionally abusive, including a secretly recorded video of her yelling at Kaylee when Kaylee was 13. Her sister did attempt taking her own life and was later hospitalized for an eating disorder. So the argument that Meta had brought up was, if you took Instagram away, would anything be different? And you have to understand, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that is brought into this trial. A lot of these things were shown. It wasn't just that the jury was blasted with this out of nowhere. Meta made sure to show the jury all of this context. And even after all this context, the jury still said that Facebook and YouTube were primarily the ones that they were holding responsible. Now, again, I'm not here to defend the parent in this case. I'm just giving you the further context. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube probably did contribute to some extent of their social... At least that was fucking talked about in court. This whole situation, too, was also discussed in court as well. But again, when the attorney brings up, if you took away social media, would anything be different? Again, a defense attorney bringing up what appears to be a alternate causal reality is something that happens in a court of law. That's what defense attorneys fucking do. Now, of course, obviously, I wanted to look at what Courthouse News Service they brought up. They kind of talked about her actual testimony. So Kaylee said that the first thing she did when she woke up was right after school, and then late at night, she was on social media every single day. She said she wanted to keep up with what was happening amongst her classmates, and when she started watching videos which play in an endless, continuous stream. She said she always wanted to see what the next one was. One day she said she spent 16 hours on Instagram. I mean, that is some fucking insane screen time. Kaylee said she disliked how she looked, especially in photographs, which, you know, something that has happened even when I was a kid, right? Like body image issues. In an early YouTube video played in court, she can be heard saying, "I don't know why I look so fat in this shirt." Put a filter on it became a common refrain from her and her friend group. One day, according to notes with a former therapist, a peer took pictures of her with her own phone. When she saw them unfiltered, she started crying and had what she referred to as a meltdown. Her phone usage was a constant source of tension between her and her mother. When Kaylee's mother took away her phone, Kaylee said, "A huge part of me felt like it was missing. I couldn't see who was liking my stuff. It was just like a panic." So attorneys for Meta and Google have sought to play down the effects of social media on Kaylee's life, pointing instead on, other factors. So, the fact that she had a learning disability, anxiety and depression, real-life bullying, the use of other platforms like TikTok and Snapchat, and of course her tumultuous home life. So when Meta's attorney, Phyllis Jones, asked about an Instagram post in which Kaylee talked about her mother screaming at her public, Kaylee said it was dramatized by me to get attention. So then Jones, again the Meta attorney, plays 2 video clips that have been posted by Kaylee on social media, which included audio of Kaylee's mother shrieking at her. In one, the mother screams, "You're too fucking lazy to take care of your dog." It must have been scary to have your mom yelling at you like that. So that's what the Meta attorney keeps saying. And then Kaylee's like, "I think it was." But then she added, "I posted it, but without the full context, it's her yelling about something I did. Most of the time, it was over chores." So when she was asked about physical abuse, "Was it the case that your mom would hit you when you didn't understand your math homework?" Jones said. Kaylee said she did that a few times. She later admitted that her mom called her dumb and stupid a couple times, although that may have been before she was diagnosed with a learning disability. She said she was also affected by her mental health struggles of her older sister who tried to take her own life. So again, this girl was failed by a lot of people, okay? She had a lot of bad cards dealt to her. And, there was a lot of, obviously there was a tumultuous home life here. And that tumultuous home life did have her going to social media and basically being thrown into the lion's den in that regard. So the reason why I say failed is, obviously, I don't think her mom is necessarily a great fucking mom. It doesn't matter if your kid has a learning disability or not. If you're calling them dumb and stupid, you're a fucking dog shit parent. Simple as that. If you're yelling at them constantly, and if there is situations where you're physically hitting your kid, I don't care if you want to come from a fucking generation and say, "Back when I was a kid, I used to fucking get completely thrown around the house." That's never okay. Okay, hitting your kid is just a sign of you being a fucking dog shit adult that can't handle a situation like that, okay? That is at least my personal belief in the situation, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, right, like when we all get serious about it, I think that's bad parenting. And it's also bad parenting that, she doesn't really enforce any level of parental control. Like, "Here, I'll just yoink your phone away." You're not going to sit there and talk to your kid about how dangerous these things can be or why you shouldn't be so terminally connected onto the internet and that reality matters more. These are conversations that my parents genuinely did have with me, and I think it probably did shape how I had a relationship to the internet. Now, on the other hand, when she goes to fucking Facebook and Google and Instagram and all these other sites, she's basically going to a group of, big tech assholes that want to take advantage of her eyeballs, her brain, her time, her addictive personality to this, platform, and use that to basically make more money. To the platforms, it doesn't matter if she's a person that has been abused or whatever. They don't fucking care about that. They just care if you're using their platform, okay, for hours upon hours a day. So again, both sides have completely failed this person, right? That's the reality of this lawsuit. And I think the lawsuit does a fairly good way of painting, these addictive, methods in these platforms as bad. They knowingly built addictive platforms, and now that they let them fester for so long, people are finally bringing these lawsuits up and they're finally bringing actual action against these big tech companies. So yeah, you know, to an extent, you have to look at the situation and look at it with a super nuanced take. And here's the thing, to an extent, I can kind of sit there and agree with her and think, you know, if Facebook and Google keep getting hit with this kind of crap, it's probably going to lead to them saying, listen, let's just implement global identity verification, full age verification, so we can just keep those children off the platforms. But look, a week ago I talked about how Facebook, you know, possibly was the one that was pushing in tons of money to get app stores to have, you know, App Store or OS level age verification. Just so, you know, in a roundabout way, a lot of these companies would then be able to grab that information without technically be liable for grabbing information. Like, if you can't grab the information that somebody's under the age of 18 or 13 or whatever their age range is, but you can just get an age range identifier from like an app store through an API, then congratulations, you basically harbored information. You gathered information without claiming to gather that information. It's a weird turnabout situation. And ultimately, these kind of laws, you know, now that Google and Meta have been found sort of like, I guess you could say civilly liable for this shit, maybe it will get overturned, maybe it won't, who knows. All right, so in order to really understand where this is going to, we have to talk a little bit about Section 230. So I'm going to give you guys a quick little bit of a primer as to where this all started. So this is a lawsuit, Stratton Oakman Inc. versus Prodigy Services. Now, Prodigy was sort of this online service that held a bulletin board called Money Talk. Now, again, to give you an idea what was happening is there were actual mentions. A unidentified user submitted a post claiming that Stratton Oakman, which was a security investment banking firm in Long Island, and its president, Danny Perush, had committed criminal and fraudulent acts in connection with a stock IPO. So Stratton Oakman decided that they were not just going to sue anybody, they were going to sue Prodigy as well as that unidentified poster for defamation. Now, obviously, listen, whoever was posting, that was the guy that was actually making the defamatory claim. But why go after a website that literally just existed as a place for people to publish user-generated content? Now, it's because of Section 230 that it allows everyone to basically upload information on the internet or talk about things without keeping the platform holder liable. It's because of this reason that YouTube allows you to make videos, and even if your video, say, defames somebody, YouTube is not, or Google or Alphabet is not held liable for the shit you say on their platform. Now, basically, the way that this kind of functions over here is, obviously, this was designed for, you know, an internet of old. This is back in the 90s, the late 90s. So, you know, is there a room for Section 230 to get somewhat reformed? I think the answer to this is kind of simple, right? Like, or not really simple. I shouldn't say any of this is simple. I don't think that the big tech companies really do want Section 230 to be amended against them. And by against them, I mean, you know, if we look at addictive social media patterns, we look at addictive platforms and addictive algorithms, if Section 230 was to say, listen, we're not going to hold you liable for people's free speech, but, you know, let's focus on your addictive algorithms, and maybe you shouldn't be peddling this stuff to children, or hell, even adults as freely as you do, maybe that would be a different story. But where this is kind of headed to is a lot of these social media platforms will say, listen, you know, if you want us to, you know, produce our stuff, if you want us to distribute this, you know, content, if you want us to, you know, keep our businesses alive, then sure, let's implement identity verification, get kids completely thrown off, and gather data in a totally separate way. Look, I think it's great that we're talking about, you know, addictive algorithms. It's not great if you're somebody like Mark Zuckerberg, because your whole business is kind of reliant on this shit. If tomorrow, you know, actual, you know, big tech balls were to be snipped over this, it would cause pandemonium out in fucking Silicon Valley, out in San Francisco. So that's unfortunately kind of the reality. With this lawsuit and its ruling, I want to just preface this by saying, personally, I think because Google, Facebook, and a lot of these companies kind of let this shit fester for so long, ultimately it's us who exist on the internet are kind of ultimately paying some sort of price. I think everyone has failed the addictive victims in this situation. And look, in some ways, I'm not going to lie to you, I wish we could go back to the days where the internet was this kind of beautiful little thing where, you know, people just had a website for every goofy thing out there versus these same 7 websites with their same addictive recommendations and algorithms, and everything just sort of like, homogenized into this like one central 7 website system that we currently have that also just is run by people that ultimately don't care about the actual harms that they cause to society, no matter if you're a minor or a fucking adult, right? To me, I don't mind seeing companies like Facebook, Meta, even Google to an extent face some level of backlash from people, because I think the kind of stuff that they do is dangerous, right? I think that the kind of stuff that they feed to their people, I think the brain rot that they feed to individuals and the stuff they put these kids in situations is not good, all right? I think that there needs to be some level of oversight there. I think there needs to be some level of accountability. But I just don't know how one can achieve that without ultimately leading to other laws cascading and destroying the internet. It's a really complicated situation, but wild lawsuit indeed. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing yet another unusual radio signal that right now is extremely difficult to explain. And specifically, we're going to be discussing this mysterious signal that essentially challenges our fundamental understanding of what produces these signals and how certain stars potentially live and die. And that's because here we have a very strange signal repeating every 36 minutes, and it seems to be coming from somewhere where there's basically nothing there. But more intriguingly, whatever this was, it was only doing so for a relatively short time before shutting down completely, which of course makes this an extremely interesting phenomenon. But just so that we're clear, right now, nobody thinks this is extraterrestrial intelligence or any kind of alien life. This seems to be natural and seems to resemble a lot of other similar signals, such as the famous pulsars. Except that when it comes to pulsars, the way they blink is a lot different and involves physics we actually do understand. And so let's talk a little bit more about this particular discovery and find out what's possibly happening here. But I guess let's start with pulsars. And so these are neutron stars that usually spin pretty fast, sometimes several hundred times per second. But at the same time, because they also have these powerful beams moving in two directions, sometimes those beams head toward us, producing very specific emissions resembling signals that blink several hundred times per second. But recently, astronomers have also discovered an extremely different type of a signal referred to as an LPT, a signal that should not even be possible. And here we have a radio emission that pulses once every few minutes or even hours, and does so in a way we've never seen before. And so here these are known as long period transients, and it's essentially a relatively brand new discovery that we first discussed just a couple of years back. I think the video should be somewhere in the description. And the problem here is that, well, nobody actually knows how this is even possible. And that's because if we compare this to pulsars, whatever is happening here seems to involve a completely different mechanism that currently nobody can explain. And so once again, for neutron stars or pulsars, here many of them start to act like these cosmic lighthouses, spinning rapidly and beaming radio waves toward Earth. But as they age, they usually start spinning slower and slower, and eventually reach a point astronomers refer to as the Death Valley. Or basically they start spinning so slow that they just don't have enough energy to produce radio emissions anymore, and essentially kind of run out of juice. And this normally happens when the rotation becomes at least a few seconds long. And so because of this, a pulsar whose rotational period is in minutes should be technically impossible. Yet now, for the past few years, quite a few have been discovered, and well, none of them right now make a lot of sense. Because here once again we have powerful radio emissions, but also incredibly slow rotations. And well, just a few days ago, researchers found another one, ASCAP J1424, once again discovered by the Australian Pathfinder telescope in Western Australia, that once again possesses some unique features. For example, here the periodicity is exactly 35.79 minutes. In other words, the signal here arrives to us almost exactly every 36 minutes. But unlike previous sources, this was only active for approximately 8 days before completely turning off. And when scientists tried to find it in some of the archival data, by basically looking at data years and years back, they found nothing. So basically here, this was only active for 8 days and then disappeared. And on top of this, the subject also seems to emit 100% polarized light. In simpler terms, it means that radio waves seem to be vibrating in a very specific organized way, as if they pass through some kind of a highly magnetized environment. And so whatever seems to have emitted this must have contained a very powerful magnetic field. But even though the researchers looked at all kinds of archival data and even conducted a new search using Gemini South telescope, here in this location they found no optical, near-infrared, or radio counterpart anywhere. And it's the lack of the visible star that makes this extremely difficult to explain. Because we would expect at least something here, such as once again maybe a neutron star, or maybe some kind of a white dwarf. But as I mentioned, obviously this is not the first unusual object, and quite a few extreme ones have been found in just the last few months. And specifically there are now at least 14 confirmed signals, with some of them being quite different. And one of the most famous ones is JPM J1839-10, a signal with a period of 22 minutes, but that apparently has been active for approximately 30 years. It just we've never really noticed it because it seems to emit radio emissions very slowly. In radio astronomy, this was one of the strangest discoveries in the last couple of years. Although it's this signal, GLEMAX J1627-5235, that basically kickstarted everything. This was the first signal discovered in 2018 with a pulse of 18 minutes. And once again also extremely high polarization of 95%. But even here some of these signals are also bizarre in their own way. For example, Chime J1634+44 seems to be speeding up, or basically seems to increase in frequency as opposed to what it should be doing, which is decreasing in frequency because its rotation should be slowing. And so here, because this is spinning faster and faster, it potentially is stealing a lot of material from the companion star, which is making it accelerate its rotation because of the transfer of the angular momentum. And so basically even here, quite a few of these signals possess very unique properties, and properties that are basically kind of difficult to explain. But I guess the biggest question is, okay, so what can this be? Is there any way for us to explain at least some of this? And what theories do scientists currently have? Well, right now there are basically two main ideas, and both, at least to some extent, make sense. Okay, so maybe these are slow-spinning magnetars, mostly because of these extremely magnetic conditions observed through polarization. And so here we will have a magnetar that might be spinning extremely slow, most likely because it was produced by some kind of a strange supernova that created an additional disk around it, which essentially acted like a kind of a brake, slowing it down to spin once every few minutes. In other words, it's a magnetar with an accretion disk. And so here, maybe a slow-spinning magnetar that possesses an accretion disk could produce some kind of a slow emission of radio waves with extremely high polarization. Although, once again, this would not really explain why we don't really detect anything else here. Alternatively, these could also be very strange white dwarfs, or basically a type of a star that the Sun is going to become sometimes in the future. And surprisingly, this is one of the more accepted theories, because it seems to make more sense. And here, astronomers found at least two of these LPTs that seem to be definitely part of a binary system, in this case consisting of a white dwarf and an M-type star or a red dwarf. And in these systems, the magnetic field of the white dwarf interacts with the wind coming from the companion star that then generates bright radio pulses every time they orbit around each other. Or basically in this case, the period is actually the orbital period of two separate objects. And well, technically this would definitely make sense for some of these objects, but once again, not for this one. Here we would definitely see the red dwarf, or would at least see something.
Chat, do you like women
and so
with
for all we know, this particular object might be creating its own new category. And so even though quite a few of these seem to be stable over decades and seem to produce relatively similar emissions, other ones are transients and only seem to appear for a few months before disappearing completely. And so a lot of these new radio discoveries are forcing astronomers to start rethinking certain models and rethinking everything we thought we knew about how radio signals are produced. Because here, by studying these signals, we're definitely learning about magnetic fields and their interaction with various objects, while also learning a little bit more about various stellar remnants and the evolution of stars in general, and especially stars in various binary systems. But I guess more exciting discoveries might come from some kind of new physics. Specifically, if some of these are indeed isolated neutron stars, here astronomers have to figure out what physical mechanisms seem to produce these signals, and where exactly they're getting all of this energy. And because for all we know, maybe these are not really neutron stars, but something a little bit more exotic like, for example, quark stars. Basically hypothetical star-like objects that seem to be made out of exotic matter. or completely new, never before seen stellar remnants that require completely new explanations, which by the way is how neutron stars were discovered to begin with. The signals coming from them were so bizarre and so strange that they actually acquired completely new explanations that nobody considered before. And so something very similar could be happening here. But that means that right now we're basically at the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these discoveries. And as new telescopes become operational and add additional data to many of these archives, we're most likely going to discover even more of these objects all over the place. But at least for now, this mystery of the 37-minute radio signal is going to remain a mystery. Right now we have no idea exactly what this is, and trying to explain this as a magnetar or a white dwarf does not really make sense because there's just no evidence yet. The only evidence we have is that whatever produced these radio emissions, the radio waves here seem to have traveled through some extremely birefringent medium, or essentially space itself, that starts to act like a light prism. It essentially starts shifting the light in such a way that even though it's just vacuum, it starts to act like physical medium. That's actually one of the effects explained by the Einsteinian principles, and we've briefly discussed this in one of the previous videos in the description. And usually these types of media are produced by extremely dense objects like neutron stars, and of course magnetars. But, as I mentioned, it could also be something more exotic. With the other question of course being, why only 8 days? What could have happened during those 8 days that suddenly started producing this, and why did it then just disappear as suddenly as it appeared? Which means that we'll definitely come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos, because right now there's just no answers. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM it directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Tattoos, let me know in the comments. Personally, for chat, do you like women with tattoos? Let me know in the comments. Personally, for me, not a huge fan of them.
This is my only tattoo regret.
Only? Gosh, you must be Australian.
I want you to visualize in your
only tattoo regret? You're flooded in them.
head if you were to draw a stick figure, like a cartoon stick figure, just really simple, with a hairy armpit. Visualize that.
Gross.
I literally got a hairy armpit tattooed in my armpit. The minute that I got home and kind of just stood in the mirror like this, directly where this little hairy armpit was sticking out.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. These women like this, and I just look at all the whips and the chains and the tassels and the black in the back there. This is recreational use only.
She's a runner, she's a track star. I was like, holy, what have I done?
I'm sure that won't be. Yeah, you've ruined your entire body. I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. You lose all sense of elegance when you do this to yourself. When you add all these tattoos, at least as a woman, you just lose all your sense of elegance. Like, no guy finds that stuff really attractive. There may be some of those alt guys that really like it, but most men don't.
Breaker for you.
Deal breaker. Oh man, bad tats? I don't know.
Bad tats.
Yeah.
Like, how bad? Like, what have you seen that you haven't liked?
I don't know. I mean, maybe like a neck tat's probably like a deal breaker.
Have you gone on a date recently with someone that had a
I
neck
haven't. That's the thing. It's actually never happened.
Where did that come from?
I don't know.
A neck tat. We're moving on.
How was this even a neck tat? Yeah, this isn't controversial at all. I'm gonna be honest. If she had a spider on her freaking neck, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Do you have tattoos? How many?
21.
Oh,
21. Can you do something for me?
do you have a tramp stamp?
No.
Do you have a thigh to piece?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's a red flag.
The other one, here's the modern day tramp stamp for the millennial generation. It's the sternum tat right under the chesticles.
Do you have a spine tattoo? Like, is there something going down your spine?
I'm a walking red flag.
Well, I'd assume so. I mean, at least she knows it, brother. At least she knows it, because yes, that is a walking red flag. A spine tat. Come on.
Red flag tattoos. Like, if she had a tattoo, you'd be like,
I ain't gonna lie, what's the most common one? All right, yeah, you know the one.
Butterflies, roses, flowers.
Where it's got like 2 hands and it's like the snake. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. That one, yeah.
That's an American traditional tat. I almost got that one, actually.
Yeah, if I see a female that has that, she went through too much. Like, I know she got red flag in her. Like, she got some bad. Yeah.
Sounds like.
I mean, there is some validity to that, in my opinion. And also, I think tattoos. Chat, put a one in the chat if you agree. I think tattoos are a way to inflate your personality without having to actually do any work. Like it's a way to superficially look more interesting than you actually are. I think I heard Will Arnett talking about this, but I've seen a correlation between the more tattoos you have, the less cool you are. Like the less you have a personality. Like you overcompensate your tattoos to make it seem like you're cool. But in reality, when you're flooded with tattoos, a lot of the times you haven't done a lot of work internally. Like a lot of people that have done a lot of work internally don't have a ton of tattoos. Now I have a left sleeve. I've got one here. I've got one here. But when I got these, very hard time in my life. It wasn't a happy time. And I believe it was more of like a trauma thing where I wanted to feel pain and I got them. Bro, and I've told you guys, I'm not perfect. I've made some really bad and stupid decisions. But after that, I've never gotten any more. I got this one on my arm when I was 21 when I marched drum corps. And then I got my full left sleeve. But then honestly, I look back at it and I'm like, it was stupid. Why did I get it? It was dumb. Stupid. But, you know, maybe one day I'll be able to afford to get rid of them. But as of right now, I'm like, I don't care.
Did I get tattoos?
But then also, on the other side of that, put a one in the chat if you agree. There's a big difference between a man getting a tattoo and a woman getting a tattoo. Those are completely different things. When a woman gets a tattoo, it's to appear more masculine. But when a man gets them, it's like, oh, he's more masculine. That's okay. So in my opinion, I think it's way different when a man gets them versus a woman gets them. For a man, it's like, oh, it's making him seem, you know, more masculine, more hardcore, more badass. You know what I mean? But when a woman does it, it just doesn't make you look elegant. In my opinion, you just look bad.
Chat, this is really random, but have you ever had your identity stolen? Unfortunately, your personal data is probably already out there and it's
And don't get me
planned. Go protect your data today.
getting this one removed for damn near a year. Where's the progress? Sure, it's faded a little bit, but I need it off my body. My friend convinced me. We got matching tattoos, and she convinced me to get it this big. I wanted it smaller. Why am I such a pushover? I don't even talk to her anymore. And don't get me started on my back tattoo. Got the first one when I was 17. Covered that
Bro, that looks like just a dookie pile.
up with a huge snake at 19. Why? Why
A snake tat?
did I do that?
Big?
Now I'm getting this removed, and it's so painful.
Oh, that's on your back? A big long wiener snake? It looks so bad. It's so poorly done too, bro. It's not even well done.
Painful. People go, oh my gosh, I didn't know you have tattoos. Yes, because I cover it, because I wear a jacket 24/7, because they're ugly.
I think women are starting to realize this, that these tattoos are very ugly and that a lot of men don't want to take them serious. We're seeing a turn in the tides right now, even though a lot of millennials have them. Most of my millennial friends have tats.
Wifey material, so
You're not wifey material. You have a neck tat and a forehead tat.
when I'm dating with a person,
You're wifey material. Say it one more time.
I'm wifey material.
Are you being
No, you're runner material.
ironic or
I'm serious.
you're wifey material?
Yeah, I love cook for a
But,
man.
I mean,
I like to serve for a man. I want to be a wife.
Why hasn't a guy, since you were 19 for almost a 10-year period?
Because I'm
Maybe
so
she's
good.
just not in the place,
Because
yeah.
I know what I want.
Because I'm so good. I know what I want. None of these men are good enough for me. Oh my God.
Once, and I'm dating
The delusion's palatable.
only are black guys, and I didn't live in America before. So when you're into black guys and you live somewhere like Russia or like Thailand, you're like, okay, wherever, we're not dating here.
So you only date black guys?
Oh yeah, once you go black, you never come back.
So
yeah.
you've never, so...
We could turn this clip into...
Good Lord, she's getting piped, brother. Dad might as well have been a plumber. How much pipe she's seeing. Good Lord, what is this?
And who aren't tatted, so they have me tatted and I'm their only tattoo. But then I'm tatted, so I can cover it, they can't. I have exes who have like my name, my eyes like huge, and like they go to cover it up and it looks insane because they have no other tats. But
I'm sorry. Just the way she stands is manly.
then when I cover it, it doesn't matter because I'm fully blasted.
Imagine bragging.
You're not fully blasted, though. I'm seeing a lot of open canvas there. You're not fully blasted. Fully blasted is like there's not an inch left on you. You know what I mean? God, what is this? Did she have a dong on her freaking forehead?
Shots fired!
Or is that a turd seeping over her eyebrows?
I stare at people in public a lot with tattoos, but every time I go out, specifically with like no makeup and like on my face,
Is that a what is that, a moth or a turd?
tattoos are showing and like my arms and my legs are showing, people stare so hard, and I really want to say something, but the thing is, it's mostly kids.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you got a bunch of doodles all over your body. You got to expect people to stare at some point.
Like the kids at my daughter's gymnastics, they stare at me like this.
Because you look insane.
Should I tell them? Yes. Should I tell them not to stare at me?
She chose to look.
That's what I'm saying. You really are an idiot because you chose to get all those things tattooed on you, and then you're mad that people are staring at you.
Gal, and she's got tattoos all over her body in random places like a sticker book. Date her if you want, but don't invite her into your life on a long-term basis.
He's saying that you can.
I agree. What is this guy, Rich Cooper? Yeah, Rich Cooper's goated. He's great.
Things I have that guys say that they find unattractive. I have a tattoo, and they say because I have a tattoo, that means I am not a traditional woman.
That is facts.
Traditional women.
I mean, you can laugh all you want, but don't dare star your boyfriend.
Gotcha, bitch.
You don't have one. Oh, that's right. Things every tattooed person has experienced. Okay?
Tattooed. Of course people are gonna stare. I'm heavily tattooed. Of course you're going to assume that I'm a degenerate with no job or education. I'm heavily tattooed. Of course strangers are going to grab my arm and ask to take a closer look. I'm heavily tattooed. Of course people are gonna ask how many tattoos I have when I have no idea. I'm heavily tattooed. Of course you're going to remind me that my tattoos are permanent.
Right, and it's just some of these. She's got like Jack Skellington, like. Just childish tattoos. That's why I went with all American traditional, because I knew it'd be timeless.
I'm heavily tattooed.
Like, look at that. Look at that. Jack's. What is that?
Of course you're going to ask me what my tattoos mean when the answer is I had money and I thought they looked cool.
It's not just the tat.
Good Lord. Looking like the desk at detention. My God.
Bah?
Better go date him then.
Date who?
Stormzy. Because I don't understand why you have Stormzy tattooed at the back of your leg.
Why?
Why?
I like Stormzy.
Yeah, so go date him then.
I like Stormzy.
I like Stormzy.
I like him.
Do you
I
not like
picking
Stormzy?
news.
Hey.
Bro, if your girl got another man's name tatted on her, newsflash, she's not your girl. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. You see this girl right here? You're telling me this? Wait a minute. You see this girl right here, right? You're telling me this is the same girl.
You're going to use a knife to take a tattoo off? Why?
Good Lord.
Big back.
I can't believe that's the same woman. She looks terrible. She looks horrible. No wonder she was sitting up like that. I always say if it's neck up photos, chat, more than likely they're big.
If your partner said they didn't want you getting any more tattoos.
Well, if it was a partner I took serious, I'd say, okay.
For context, my boyfriend and I have been together for about 5 months, and I very clearly have quite a few tattoos. And we were having a conversation yesterday. I sent him a picture of this girl that had 2 arm sleeves, and I said that I thought it looked really good. And his response was, if you think this looks good, then we need to reconsider what we're doing here. He then went on to say it gets to a point where it's too many. Like, what happens if I go to the tattoo shop and I get one more tattoo and I come home and he's just like, yeah, actually, that one right there was the fine line for me. And that's my threshold of what's too many.
This one's... Here's my whole thing on this, chat. God forbid a man says, I don't want you getting any more tattoos. When you ladies say he's got to be 6 foot tall, one of our standards and boundaries and preferences is that you don't have tattoos. You not getting a tattoo is something you can choose. Our height, we don't get to choose that. I don't get to choose my height. I'm either blessed or I'm not. Luckily for me, I'm 6'2", 185. Why are you guys so surprised that I'm tall? I'm not even really that tall, but a lot of you guys have hit me up and been like, I really thought Levi was 5'8". Thought I was a short king? Nothing wrong with being a short king, because, I mean, hey, it's the card you've been dealt. But luckily for me, I was blessed, even though it's weird because my dad was 5'9", and my mom was 5'6". Wait a minute. Maybe my dad's not my real dad. Because how could he be 5'9" and I'm 6? Wait a minute. Actually, I don't even know. Who cares, though? Still here. Nothing I can do about it. My dad's a deadbeat anyways. But God forbid a man have a preference and a boundary and a standard for saying, I don't want a woman to have tattoos when you say you don't want a guy who's short. We can't change that, but you can change that. This is why I say women's preferences are always celebrated and men's are always demonized. It's ridiculous. It's a horrible double standard. I'm so sick of it.
Red flags a girl can have that's a tattoo, you ask, my friend? I'll tell you. If you see a girl with any numeric tattoos on her,
oh God,
birth dates, years, 5150, 777, I'm gonna tell you how you handle it. You give them my phone number first, and then you get out of there, alright? This is all you need to know. That's all you gotta do. Yeah.
I'm not going to
give them my phone number first. You know, because I always say the first thing I used to look for in a woman is, you know, was intelligence. And if she didn't have that, she was mine. You know what I mean? That one's terrible. POV, your dad finds out you have a tattoo and takes you to get it removed. Okay, I mean, it's a stupid tattoo, to be honest, and you should be able to get it removed pretty quickly. Boom. See, that's a stupid tattoo. Like, honestly, good dad. Great dad. Got to give it up to the guy. Great dad. Great father. I mean, it's a stupid tattoo, to be honest, and you should be able to get it removed pretty quickly. Boom. See, that's a stupid tattoo. Like, honestly, good dad. Great dad. Got to give it up to the guy. Great dad. Great father here.
About the things you're doing to your face and body. Bleaching your hair will make you bald. You don't need a supreme brick of filler in your face, Tana. Maybe sleep on that tattoo idea. Maybe sleep on that. Drunk tattoos are not sick, bro. Like, oh my God. You will end up lasering and dissolving and hair masking to the god. Really try to think about if you in 5 years would want that, and if what you're doing is a trend or a phase, and how reversible it is.
Honestly, some good
I mean, great advice. Yeah, great advice. Even though it looks like she's got a little bit of lip filler, but that's okay. At least she's owning up to it.
Ooh, ooh. Okay, let's go over here. Come on. Why do you end up popping our balloon?
There's a tattoo of a male on her leg, and I just keep looking at it.
It's Tupac and Biggie.
I just kept looking at and I couldn't tell what it was, so it made me think, like, I don't know.
Okay. Wait, what's that?
Where do you see this side?
Oh, down there.
Yeah.
Okay, you said it's Tupac and Biggie.
It's still other men.
Yeah.
It was just...
Yeah.
At it.
No, the tattoos is fine.
And then you said Lauryn Hill's up here?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
I mean, I'll be honest, but if you know, if Cass had a portrait of another man's face, I don't care who it is, nah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so just her tattoos, that's the only reason why you ended up popping?
Yeah, it just kind of, I don't know, it just caught my attention. It was noticeable and it caught my attention.
Okay. So is Daryl someone that is your type?
It's cool.
It looks like her tattoo.
It's cool. It's cool. No, it's not. You just got rejected.
Gotcha, bitch.
Don't get all booty hurt. Okay, wait, run that back, Turbo. Run that back. What did she say? What did she say? What did she say? Let's go dating as a tattooed girl. Oh my God. Well, usually for me, it's not just the tattoos. It's like the lip fillers, the cheek fillers. Like, y'all just look bad. You look like you'd ruin my life. How many tattoos you got? Bet you're freaky. You got any tattoos we can't see? Tattoo date? You look like you have daddy issues. Nice ink. Mommy. Well, dude, here's the thing. You're going to get all these tattoos and you're going to think people aren't going to comment on them. Like, they're abnormal. It's not normal to have tattoos. You're altering your skin. Be ready to get either a compliment or a diss because of that.
Met a shorty one time and I was dating and she had a face on her back, bro.
Are you serious?
Swear to God.
Wow.
Like, it was crazy because she came to the crib. So I'm like, make it so comfortable, sit on the bed. And she's on the bed. She take the jacket off. It's his face. Yeah, and I'm like, what the f is that? And then she like, oh, I'm gonna be real, I'm sorry. I got a habit of tatting that, you know, I date. So I'm like, how many do you got? I'm like, how many? She like, I tatted 4. What?
Wow.
I'm like, she's a runner, she's a track star. Yo, that counts as 4 red flags altogether.
Shorty had a habit of tatting dudes on her that she's dealt with.
Tatting.
What the type sense do that make?
And I'm talking about in the middle, bro. It's right in the middle of.
Right when you giving a back shot. You're seeing her X-Man. Oh, that's not X-Men, my bad. What is that, Capcom? Is that Marvel? I don't even know anymore. I'm so dumb, dude. Oh my God, brother.
Like very heavily tattooed. I know that is like very controversial here still, and especially for like the older generation, they just like really look down upon it. Even my generation, like my age, Korean guys find the whole tattooed look, the whole alternative look very intimidating.
What exactly is
It's not, no. I hate when they say this. They find it intimidating, you know, it's just, they just can't handle me. No, it's just like saying a short guy's intimidating. You see what I'm saying with this, chat? It's like them saying, well, or it's like a guy saying, the reason women don't talk to me as a short guy or as a fat guy is because they're intimidated. You see how ridiculous that sounds? You're tattooed. If anything, it just looks gross. That's why I say the two things that matter as a woman, for you ladies, it's what's in that mirror and what's on that scale. You keep those two things in check, more than likely, you're going to be just fine in the dating market. You'll be just fine. I think all of us have a little bit of natural beauty as long as you can, you know, work with what you got. I've had no plastic surgery. I've had no filler. I've had no Botox. And I look okay. I think I'm a 6 at best, but I make sure my beard is clean. I make sure my hair is nice. I try to keep my skin clear. I drink a lot of water. You do those things, more than likely you're fine. You keep your weight in check. You can look pretty good, even as a guy. So, I don't know. These women saying that men are intimidated by this stuff. They're not intimidated. If anything, they're just annoyed by it.
What do we think?
Ew.
Dad?
Did like it till I saw the arm. It's there in your face.
Yeah, it looks trashy. It just looks trashy. It's all multicolored. It looks so you can't look elegant in a wedding dress when you're colored up like a freaking coloring book.
So that's one heck of a shock for you.
Yeah.
So we're talking sleeves?
Yes. Definitely sleeves.
Okay. Horror. If the father dreams that his daughter's going to walk in like a fairy tale princess or Cinderella.
I don't know how you make a wedding dress look nice with that on.
Okay, we need to see you in something else, right? Yeah. Okay, darling.
Damn, the dad's a savage. The dad is so giga-chatted. I love it. 10 out of 10, dad, though. Me as F after getting rejected for being tatted yet again. Goodness.
Finish her.
Looking like the desk at detention. The tats are well done at least, but it's too much. Oh my God, all over the hand. It's too much. I mean, the tats do look good. I mean, whoever did them did a good job, but it's too much. It's way too much, dude. Runner behavior.
Boyfriend is refusing to marry me until I cover my ex-boyfriend's name that I have tattooed.
This chick is rage bait. She looks like a pig. So I can't. She's like the Section 8, like child support. Her and that other chick with no teeth. Like they're both all just rage bait. Skipping that. A stranger asked, "What's wrong with me today?"
A strange man noticed my tattoos on my arm.
Those look so stupid. Like these right here, bro.
My tattoos.
Like, oh come on, I want to catch it.
Okay.
They look so dumb. Like it's just scribbled. There's no cohesiveness to it. This just looks really bad. Like, dude, and I'm not trying to brag or anything, chat, but if you look at my arm, and this is just half of my arm here, there's some cohesiveness to it, you know? Got bop, you know, bop lore, you know, I mean, you gotta get, but you know, look at it. Got the skull, that's for my grandfather, like, and they're well done. Like, I don't know, where's the other ones? Scorpion row. Some of these were just BS. I didn't care, but they're at least well done. And when you look at them, you're like, I know what that is. When I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that a mountain? Is that just scribbles on your arm?
Tattoos on my arm. Okay. I had pants on, important to the story. So he looks at me and he's just like, "Oh, you've got a lot of tattoos." And he kind of like laughs, and I was like, "Yeah." And in my head I'm thinking, it's probably a good thing you can't see my full leg sleeve, because I feel like there'd be some judgment here. And he just kind of chuckles and he goes, "What's wrong with you?"
Gotta be some trauma, though. Gotta
a lot, Steve. A lot, okay? There's a lot wrong with me. I don't know how much time you have to unpack all of this, but as a stranger, I feel like I don't need to emotionally spew or trauma dump on you. Mm-hmm. You know, you could just say nothing or be like, "Hey, nice tattoos." Like, there is an option there.
I agree. Therapist.
I don't know. Those look really bad. Those look really bad. Her tattoos look
In this
terrible.
world that will make me go soft quicker than seeing a girl with too many tattoos. For some reason, when I see a girl fully tatted up, I just think, wow, that's disgusting. I don't know why. I don't judge them based off character. I just say, appearance-wise, I don't find that attractive. And if I ever talk to
And I agree. And I feel like the younger generation of Gen Z, they're not going to the bars as much. They're not going out. They're not drinking. You know, there's a lot of things that Gen Z aren't doing that millennials did for a long time. And so I think it's just we're seeing a shift where now being conservative is the new radical. Like, you know how being liberal was radical at one point in time? Now being conservative is radical. So that's like where we're at again.
I'm a college student. I'm seeing like a bit of a tattoo creeping out there. I really don't like tattoos at all. That's like an immediate like no for me in the past.
It's a preference and one that
clavicular. This kid, wise kid though. I mean, I hope the drugs don't get to him.
Curiosity, what volumes do my tattoos speak to you personally?
Here's the volume I'm hearing.
She's a runner, she's a track star. Finish her.
Desk at detention, scribbles, runner, unorganized, disheveled. You've got like Mayan tattoos over here and then a portrait over here. It's just like you got the millennial tramp stamp here.
Right? Just give me some context. Give me a framework to delve into this here, right? Because apparently it's so controversial for women to make choices over their own body, including choosing to spend probably more than a house deposit.
That's called stupid. Stupid. You could be in a house and it looks like you're in a busted apartment with no door frame.
On their body art.
Or even maybe a closet. I'm seeing like clothes just out. Maybe you could afford a closet.
Why does this trigger you?
She's the only one
Yeah, like, baby girl, it's not a good look. It just looks so bad in my opinion. I don't know. All right, let's switch gears. Who pays for the first date?
Oh, the man.
Oh, let's turn this up. My bad, chat. My bad.
Who pays for the first date? Oh, the man. And what's the appropriate way to handle it as the woman? What do you think?
I have a pretty hot take on this.
Please, I would love to hear it.
I
2-4's discussing. Okay, let me see what we got.
am so far feminist that I have come full circle to being a little bit more traditional. I think the fact that we live in a patriarchy where a lot of expectations are put upon women to show up in life a certain way, to show up on a date in a certain way, it's only fair for a man to pay on a first date.
It's only fair for a man.
I think the fact that we live in a patriarchy where a lot of expectations are put upon women to show up in life a certain way, to show up on a date in a certain way, it's only fair for a man to pay on a first date.
It's only fair for a man to pay. No, you've got a good paying job. Why don't we go 50-50?
How do you think about like the reach for the wallet on the date? Do we just not even try that
I
anymore?
don't do it anymore.
I used to. Oh, thank you so much. Now I just sit there and it's like, now.
Like I said, when it comes to money, the feminism just seems to leave these women's bodies. Like in Ghostbusters when they're sucking ghosts out of people, or freaking sucking those entities or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, ghosts. Like they're sucking that out of people. That's that feminist energy leaving when it comes time to pay a bill.
That I'm fully financially independent, I'm like, I don't need to make that gesture anymore. Like, of course I can pay for this meal. I could pay for this meal and 1,000 other meals. But like, that's not the point of this, right? The point of this interaction is that you asked me out on a date. You are trying to make a gesture.
I hate this whole thing of like, it's whoever asks for a date. When's the last time a woman asked you out on a date? Women don't ask men out on dates. Stupid. That's not what it is. Like, this is what grinds my gears so much, is these feminist modern women want men to be traditional when these women are not traditional at all. You're not traditional at all. You got a bunch of bodies, a bunch of tattoos. You're not traditional. You don't know how to cook. You don't know how to clean. Really, the only thing you know how to do is suck a golf ball through a garden hose, and your mama didn't teach you that. You went and learned that on your own. That's just what's so wild to me, is that these women want traditional men, but they're not traditional women. This is why I say life is a mirror, not a window. You attract what you are. If you're a modern feminist woman, you're going to attract a feminist man who believes in equality, who believes that you should pay your own way, and who doesn't want to, well, I don't want you to feel disenfranchised or disadvantaged because I'm going to be a patriarchal man and pay for your meal when you're a strong, independent woman. I'm going to let you pay for your meal. You want to be a feminist? Have at it. Have at it. This is what's so wild to me. And then we have stuff like this. This stuff right here is insane.
So my name is Toxic Body.
What is that? Is that the devil?
And I'm the most toxic girl in the world. I know that for sure.
I believe it. You look like a straight demon.
I'm Sampan Tattoo, and we're here with Toxi.
I'm having fun here. The convention is beautiful.
What is the biggest change you made?
My nose removal.
Of course. Is it painful?
Yes, it was. But I
That is a nightmare right there.
love it. A lot of people think that I want to look like an animal or like the devil or like an alien, but that's not what I want. Archive something with my body, what I have in mind and what I have envisioned. I'm gonna go with the flow and I'm gonna see where I'm ending up.
Quickly, body modification. What is it and the difference with tattoos?
Look at me.
It made me sneeze.
Something completely different. Of course, it starts with like removals, or example, like fingers, of nose, of little parts of the ears, implants all over my face and in my neck, doing my eyes, tongue split. You have so many ways of modification your body. Going to the gym or going to the hairdresser is also a way of modification. But what I really like on other people is scarification, because in the end, and tattoo, you can cover up or laser it, and a scar always be there with scar tissue.
Do people often stare at you, and how do you feel about it?
People always stare, but in the end, I don't give a fuck anymore, because if I really give about it, this is not the really best idea.
Oh my God. Seriously, she is a straight walking demon, chat. That is a straight walking demon. That is wild to me. Just to even think that that's a real thing. That's an actual person. Fallen so far, chat. Oh, man. Ain't that right, Lokes? Loki, free? Sit. Wait. Free? Good boy. Go to your place. Chat, do you guys have tattoos? Let me know in the comments. I had to show y'all that demon. I'm sorry. I hope you guys don't have nightmares because of that. That woman looked insane to me. What in the HE double hockey sticks was that? My G. I feel bad for those women too, because I just know they're riddled with trauma and their dads aren't in their lives, because if they were, they probably wouldn't look like that. You know what I mean?
Finish her!
It's sad. It really, truly is sad. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace.
The other night on stream, I fell into a rabbit hole of employees and politicians urinating into sinks, which, you know, I always knew was a possibility. I knew our species was capable of such evil, but seeing it unfold firsthand, it still leaves you in shock and awe. And it's not like I was blissfully unaware of the existence of this tribe that walks amongst us, the sink pissers. On Reddit, quite a few years ago, there was actually a blossoming community, r/sink pissers, that a lot of people were making fun of, but in the shadows, they only grew stronger, only finding more and more sinks to relieve themselves in. And now, since we went through that rabbit hole on stream, I've just been getting fed even more cases of workers pissing in clients' sinks, like this one.
You probably won't believe an Indianapolis woman says a maintenance worker peed in her kitchen sink inside her Northeast Side apartment.
No, you won't believe that I do believe that. It doesn't shock me or surprise me in even the slightest. I have known about the sink pissers community for a long time. And these kind of scenarios have been unfolding pretty often, actually, more so than you would expect.
With who captured this video on her Ring camera inside of her apartment, and she now tells 13 News she's traumatized over this incident and wants the man to pay her back for the things he damaged.
Can't put the piss back in the balls, but they could at least reimburse her here for the hassle. And I do imagine if this happened to me, if I found out someone came in and started urinating all over my dishes in the sink, I would never feel comfortable cleaning in that sink again, because there would always be that lingering what if. Like, you know, this could be some highly acidic piss this guy contaminated my sink with. Even if I replace all the dishes, even if I do my best to really scrub that clean, I just don't know if it would ever be enough. It would leave a lasting impact on me.
Now take a look at your screen. In this video, you can see this maintenance man pulling down his pants and then peeing in Shirley's sink while the dishes were filled in that sink. So Shirley says the incident happened last week at her apartment over at Blackburn Terrace in the Martindale-Brightwood neighborhood. Shirley says she was supposed to be there, the maintenance worker rather, was supposed to be there to fix her water heater. When she got back, the man said someone else would be back to finish those repairs. That's when she looked at her camera to see what he did, and she was stunned.
Greaseball really gets up close and personal with the camera here. He's like right up on it, looking like a Twitter profile pic for those 40-year-old dudes that spout out the worst dog shit takes of all time. We got him on the microscope here checking on this. Now, judging from his build, I feel like I can say with a high level of confidence this is probably a frequent user of r/sink pissers. This guy's got the quintessential narwhal baconer at midnight Redditor build. So I think this guy was probably inspired by some of the posts on there over the years and said, you know what, today's the day. Or maybe he does this often at his work, pissing on people's dishes in the sink.
Flabbergasted, you know. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Can't imagine if I didn't have it and he did that and I would have been eating from those same dishes later that day.
Just very shocking. And according to Shirley, that man was fired after this incident was reported.
I fear, like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So even though he may have lost his job here, I don't think that stopped him from pissing in strangers' sinks and all over their dishes. That looks like a man with no remorse, a loose cannon. He doesn't even think twice about just pissing on the dishes in the sink. It doesn't even seem like he bothers washing down the urine, which is unusual because other employees that have done this usually try and hide the evidence. But this guy, he's proud of his work. He just tinkles it all out on the dishes and just leaves it there like his calling card. And I have to imagine he probably wasn't well hydrated. I have no evidence to base that on. He does have like this meatball build going on here, but I feel like he probably wasn't well hydrated. It's probably very yellow pee-pee, and he just leaves it there too. It's like he wanted to be caught. Maybe that was part of the thrill. This is like, this is, you know, final raid boss sink pisser here. But again, this is not as unusual as you might think. So let me just show you from the rabbit hole when we were diving down that on stream the other day. You see where that landlord went to fix a problem in a tenant's home and took a piss in the sink? I can't say I saw that. Well, I mean, that's fine, though. Maybe solved the problem and then even gave them a little treat. Let's see. I didn't know how to look for this, so I just said, landlord fix problem, pee in sink. Maintenance worker fired after allegedly urinating in tenant's sink. Oh, it wasn't the landlord. I thought the landlord went in there. He's like, all right. He just bangs a hammer on the TV to fix it and then just immediately relieves himself in their sink.
Funky story here. We told you about a Bloomingdale tenant who says a maintenance worker urinated in his sink. Take a look for yourself there. The tenant says what should have been a routine service call turned into a disturbing discovery. He says a maintenance worker entered his apartment to address an issue with his washing machine. While inside, the worker was allegedly caught.
But then he identified another issue, an unpissed sink. So he solved 2 problems in one outing and didn't even charge you for the secondary service. And you have the gall to get angry about it?
The tenant's apartment cameras urinating in the kitchen sink. Well, tonight we heard back from the management company in a statement. They said, quote, management was made aware of the incident regarding one of our employees, and upon learning of this wholly unacceptable behavior, we immediately put the employee on leave following an investigation. We terminated the individual's employment.
Unjust. Can't piss in sinks anymore, huh? Some guy pissed in a coffee maker in Canada. He was candidate for an election in 2015. Well, was it his own coffee maker? Or was he also a maintenance worker who went in and relieved himself in a coffee maker? Canadian candidate Jerry Vance out after video shows him urinating into coffee cup. Toronto businessman who's been running for parliament with Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper's party made the wrong kind of splash, has been dropped by his party after he was caught on video urinating into a coffee cup while working as an appliance repairman. That's pretty cool. Where's the video? This seems like a common occurrence. Lot of wacky pissers.
In other news now, a developing political story tonight. The Conservative Party is looking into one of its candidates over some surprising behavior. For more on that, the CBC's David Cochran joins us tonight from Ottawa.
Hey, David. Why do you look so sad?
Well, Wendy, this involves Jerry
This is
Vance,
fun.
who is the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Rouge Park. And just a few days ago, Conservative Cabinet Minister Jason Kenney was in Vance's cameras set up, and those cameras caught Jerry Vance urinating in a coffee mug and then dumping the contents of that mug into a kitchen sink while the homeowner was in the very next room.
That's like an elevated form of sink pissing. A more elegant solution for the sink pissing enthusiast on Reddit, I would say. Hey, Jerry.
Off to the other room for some reason.
Oh.
He's also taking a cup.
Oh my.
He just peed in the cup.
Then he empties the cup in the sink, rinses it, and puts it back.
So when we learned of this, we immediately contacted
Jerry, I gotta tell you, that seemed like the work of someone who often pisses in coffee cups. That was methodical. That was just like business as usual to this guy. But why, and Jerry, far be it from me to question your technique, why not just cut out the middleman and piss into the sink at that point? What was the point of the coffee cup? Did he just want to like maximally contaminate as many things as he could find in the kitchen? I don't even see what the purpose was. Not tall enough, he was too short? No, was he? Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the countertop's a little high. He could have waterfalled it, just aim up, arc it. But then I guess you risk contaminating like floor and stuff, and he's not looking to make a mess.
Now, coincidentally, Conservative leader Stephen Harper will be campaigning in the Scarborough area tomorrow. Jerry Vance is not scheduled to be with him. Wendy?
Yeah, he is busy pissing in my sink right now, probably. I mean, the sink pissers community seems dedicated. Yeah, the sink pissers community is very enthusiastic, but even they, I don't think, would be lobbying for peeing in strangers' sinks while on a job. I think even they would show restraint. That's all they do on that subreddit, bro. Unless the subreddit's changed drastically from the last time I took a peek in there, it's only them pissing into their own sinks, right? Oh, here's the top post of the day is actually about the maintenance worker. Rookie move, says Sasquatch. I probably have to be careful showing this one on stream, actually. Have I just done the first ever girl sink piss? Well, I probably can't even look at this on my other monitor because you see it in the reflection behind me. But yeah, this is definitely their own house. So like this one. This milk stool was a game changer. And one of the sink pissers just put a stool in front of his sink for being able to get his cock and balls over the edge. It's never like strangers. They have stats at the top of the page on why it's actually better to piss in sinks. What stats? What does it matter what receptacle gets peed on? What does that change? Where? Oh, environmental impact of sink peeing. Okay, average gallons, flush 1.6. Analysis. R/sink pissers will save over 16 million gallons of water this year. Number of sink pissers, 4146. Average pisses per day, 7. Wow. Gallons saved daily per person, 11.2. Gallons saved person yearly, 4,088. Number of sink pissers per day, 78. Sink pissers per year, 28K. Gallons saved per year, 118 million? I don't know about this. These numbers don't feel right. This is 7 years ago. Their projections were way off, by the way. The community, I think, is at, like, yeah, 15K. Didn't really experience the growth they thought they were, with 4.1 million sink pissing members. They just missed it. Someone also shared a YouTube video called West Virginia Pizza Hut manager caught peeing in sink. God, they're everywhere. Oh, this was 2014. This was the height of the sink pissing craze, it seems. You had the Canadian politician doing it. Now you had this Pizza Hut manager doing it. Video unavailable, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
Here's an extra special ingredient that no one wants on their pizza. Pee. A district man...
Now that's an intro. Where'd this energy go, USA Today? What happened to you guys? Your writers were cooking. She's fucking right. That is the last secret ingredient I want on my pie.
At a Pizza Hut in Kermit, West Virginia, lost his job after this surveillance video was released showing him peeing into a sink. The sink that
Why'd he lose his
used
job?
was the same one the store used
Even hitting
to
the
wash
fentanyl.
utensils. Ugh. Fortunately, the incident did not include any food tampering, as it happened during non-business hours. Pizza Hut officials said in a statement that they are embarrassed by the actions of this individual.
Throwing him under the
Pizza
bus.
Hut has zero tolerance for violations. Better now that Pizza Hut has taken care of business.
Well, I mean, it is Pizza Hut. It's not like it could have made the pizza worse. Do I personally know any sink pissers? I do not. That you know of. Yeah, it's true. I guess I've never asked if anyone's an active sink pisser that I know. Could you be friends with a sink pisser? Like, if all your friends came out as sink pissers, would it change anything? The only thing it would change is I wouldn't really want them around, like, my house. But yeah, I could definitely be friends with them. It wouldn't ruin it.
No. Really play at home.
Well, yeah, I used to play the guitar as well.
Not bad at all.
By the way, I also...
You're surprising us.
I used to be a guitar teacher as well. Can you have a look?
With pleasure. Are you self-taught or...
I'm kinda... yeah, self-taught, but...
So what do you play?
Lots of things. Let me play, yeah. I used to play. What can you say?
But why sockets?
What do you mean?
I mean, why don't you play the guitar? Why fixing sockets instead?
I abandoned this thing.
How come?
Because I started working.
Working as an electrician?
Yeah, doing serious stuff, not this pampering.
What do you mean, pampering?
Music. What can I do with it? I need to do real stuff. My dad says that. Right, I'm done here. I gotta go. Thanks. If you have any complaints, just let me know.
All the best. Can you imagine that? What a talent. The most upsetting is that he doesn't realize it. It's a talent. It's such a talent, both rhythm and hands. He feels music, get it? It's so upsetting. Why electrician?
Hello again. I'm like...
You came back.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I'm not actually an electrician. In fact, we were shooting a prank. Here's the camera.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, it's so good that you came back.
In fact, I'm a professional guitarist, and I'd like to present you this guitar.
Me?
Like for a beginner.
Thanks.
So enjoy, study.
How lucky.
So you haven't played?
No, I've never played.
So now you have a guitar then?
My gosh.
I haven't bought my own yet. You're so surprising.
Alright, have a great lesson. And I won't disturb you anymore.
Come work to our school.
Alright, thanks.
Thank you very much. Although, what a lucky day. Can you imagine that? What a luck.
That's unreal. They were pranking us? That's a beautiful guitar.
Okay, I have a crazy idea. Have you seen the video where passersby have to throw a ball into a basketball hoop? Now I'm gonna give my guitar to random people. The first person to play some melody or sing a song wins. They have no idea what they're losing.
Thanks, mate. I don't play at all. Only piano. No, thanks a lot. Thanks, I don't play.
ICE is now going into airports. Take a look at this. Oh boy. ICE has completely cleared out the Florida airport where they were stationed. TSA lines are non-existent. Now, some of these could be inaccurate, but this is what a lot of people have been talking about. Yeah, finally.
And the wait line looks like this. In the couple of hours that I've been here, I've seen ICE officers patrolling, and the line has looked the same since I got here. Completely empty. So if you see wait times go down while you're traveling, you may just want to thank an ICE officer. Earlier this morning, travelers may have experienced a little bit of a wait time, but since I've been here, the lines seem to be moving fairly smooth.
There it is. It's almost like if you go after these people, then they run away. And illegals scattered. And again, I think that people don't realize this is what ICE being at the airport does, like doing nothing. Yep, that's right. And they're sitting around doing absolutely nothing. And you know what they're actually doing? They're like a scarecrow for the illegals. It's like they see them and they run away. And in Buckman on the line says she sports ice.
Bother anybody? I'm okay. I was concerned about people.
Uh-oh.
So
Yeah,
they're
it's like
not
a
bothering
scarecrow.
us. Let's get it done.
I like that they're here. I think that it's allowing us to move and get to where we need to go.
It's kind of scary in a sense because you don't know what to expect with ice.
As long as they can help us move a little bit faster, maybe they can take some of the work off the TSA agents as far as general security. I'm all for it.
Yeah, so most people are probably happy. On the way to Houston to cover long TSA lines, and this is what it looks like at Dallas-Fort Worth. Man. I think that people don't realize how bad the illegal problem is. I don't think they realize how bad, like, having, like, 20 million or 10 million extra people in the country actually is. And now you're seeing it and it's being observed and it becomes much more fucking obvious, right? It's like entering a high-level zone. Yeah, I guess so. And hospitals next, please. That's the next thing they need to do. So the next thing that they need to do is they need to send ICE to the emergency rooms because that way you can spawn camp them. Like that's where they're all at because everybody gets sick. So you just wait for them to go to the emergency room and then you arrest them. And so they get seen. Okay, you're discharged. Where are you going? You're going to go home? No, you're not. You're going to go home. And now you're getting on an airplane. And spawn camp? No, really, that's what they should do. That's absolutely what should happen. They should put them in the fucking, in the emergency rooms. Yes. You're going home. Yes, exactly. And so, you know, what is this here? If I can pull somebody up, I'll pull, you know what? This is going to be the last person we're going to pull up for this topic because I feel like I pulled them to me. What am I ignorant about with this? Go ahead. Explain it. Explain how this isn't an obvious problem. Yeah, I want to know. And by the way, any vague comment, you're instantly permit. Anything vague is an instant permit. You're not calling me Jesus, are you? You're not. I would assume not, but maybe he is. I mean, you know, I am a nice guy. They don't have money for that's the airport. I don't care. Ban me. They don't have money. Of course they have money. And that's at the airport? Yeah, of course they have money. Like, what do you think? The illegals don't have any money? Like, obviously they do. Like, they use fake IDs. They use fake fucking documentation. Like, they get money other ways, too. Like, and also, by the way, the hospitals is a huge one, okay? Like, if you go to a hospital, like any hospital here in Texas that I've been to before, if you go to the emergency room, and I've been to the emergency rooms in hospitals many, many times with both of my parents, I've probably been to an emergency room a total amount of times, like 20 times. Like, if you, like, that's a lot. I mean, I think for, like, an average person, like, that's a lot to be at a fucking emergency room. And so, every single time, actually not every single, like, 18 out of the 20 times that I was there, you had a family of people, none of them fucking spoke English. There was like 5 of them, and they were sitting there. And I guarantee you, if you had ICE sitting there, and then like every single time in the last like 5 years that I had been to an emergency room, they always told me, they said, it's never been more busy than this. It's never been more busy than this. Oh, it's so busy today. It's getting so busy now. And the reason why is you have a bunch of fucking illegals coming in there. They can't afford health care. And so they go to the emergency room. And did you guys know they have a little fucking translator machine that they have to talk to communicate with these fucks? So like this person doesn't know English. They only speak Spanish. So they're in the emergency room and they're talking to this fucking robot TV. And this is like, think about how long that takes to process somebody. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Think about how much time we have that's being wasted on a systematic problem that just multiplies the amount of time and effort that it takes to give people critical care. It's outrageous. So yeah, it's not the only reason. It's a big reason. Of course, it's not the only reason, but it's a huge reason. So yes, I don't get it at all. It costs so much money too. Yes, it's crazy, isn't it? This is hardly in America. It is. It's in Texas, I'll tell you that. We hire people that speak multiple languages. It's hard as fuck and takes time out of our day. Yeah, it's annoying. and don't want to learn a language but wants our benefits. Yeah, why not a phone? Well, probably because they haven't updated it to that, to that frequency, right? Same thing happens in California. You're completely right about this. Yes. And so this is the main issue. This is happening in America. It is. It's happening in America, and it's a huge problem. And if you don't believe me, you can go to the local emergency room and you can just look at them. Like, you just look at them. These people look like illegal aliens, right? I mean, like, and on top of that, they don't speak English. Like, I'm sorry, but whenever I see a family of 6 people and none of them are speaking English, I assume that they're illegal. I do. And maybe not every single one, but at least some of them are. And it's obvious. I mean, everybody knows this, right? But you're not supposed to say it. Oh, you can't say this. It's obvious that's what's happening. Oh, here we go. Let's take a look at it.
Finally, we can take a deep breath here. The numbers have dropped off. The lines are getting shorter. I think the average wait time now is under 40 minutes. So if you have a flight to catch today, it's a good time to come to Hartsfield-Jackson International. Finally,
I wonder why. Maybe it's because the ICE agents are there. And I'm very happy to see this.
Be better. Is there a single report today of something going awry with ICE agents?
Well, thank God for 24 hours something bad didn't happen.
Maybe there is.
There was an ICE agent refusing to identify himself, arresting a woman in an airport, freaking people out. They weren't even sure it was in San Francisco airport.
Well, what kind of
San Francisco? That makes sense.
Interaction was it, actually? Do you know the situation?
It was an arrest. I don't know. Scott,
it was an arrest? I don't know. That's right. Of course you don't know.
Who did they arrest? No, you're bringing it up. Who did they arrest?
No, I'm saying
the internet. We'll need the internet.
Just making shit up. Yeah, exactly. I read on the internet this happened. Well, what happened? I don't know.
2 senior administrators.
Meanwhile, this woman was arrested by ICE Sunday at San Francisco's airport.
For what?
DHS says she's from Guatemala, had a deportation order signed by a judge, and tried to flee as officers were deporting her. DHS saying the incident was unrelated to efforts to help TSA.
Gotta catch them all.
Be better.
Well, how about that? That's why they've got him there. Obviously, it seems like it's a great idea. And I worked at a pet parts store. There'll be 3 adult males and like a 10 to 12-year-old, and the kid was the only one who spoke English, and he'd translate to the older ones. Yep, that's it. I think that people have no idea how bad this actually is. It is insanely fucking bad. And let me go. I'll look at the other ones here, too, because it's just been crazy to look at this. Oh, here's another one. ICE agents are spotted actively assisting. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just sitting there. How are they flying? You have to have a real ID, right? So this is the problem that a lot of people don't understand. The first worlder mind, the Western first worlder mind, cannot even comprehend the level of behavior that these people engage in. They lie about their name. They lie about their birthday. They lie about when they were born, what year, how old they are. They steal people's identities. Like they steal everything, right? They're stealing all this stuff themselves. You can fire the passport or real ID. It's fraud. Yes, exactly. Fire the passport. And Trump chickened out. He's not deporting anybody. Well, I just literally saw something of somebody getting deported. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I think they need to deport more people, too. But at the same time, like, I mean, it seems like they are deporting people. So, yeah, they're obviously... Damn. That's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad line. That's a really bad... Holy shit, that's a bad line. God damn. In your opinion, is it the largest category of fraud in the United States? I think that probably, like, by numbers, I think that, social services fraud is probably the biggest because social services is so much money. But I think that also, like, you have a huge amount of money. Hell no. Well, no, like, I mean, for example, like, social services are such a huge amount of the budget that, like, if you assume that 10% of it is fraud, then, I mean, comparatively, like, let's say military, you could say the military instead, like 30 or 40% of all the money would have to be fraud, which is probably too high even for that. So I would say it probably is the largest amount. Yeah, overall. I bet his illegals make up something like 15%. Well, it's not just illegals. It's also just bad actors in general. Like, you have migrants, you have immigrants, and you also just have Americans that are taking advantage of systems. Like, you have all three of them. The average person over 40 cares about what affects their kids and grandkids. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. Huge amount of fraud across the USA. The level of fraud is probably equal GDP to some rich countries. Yeah, we're probably pissing away, like, I would assume, I'm not even kidding, $1 trillion a year. I think we are spending $1 trillion a year collectively on fraud. If you add together tax fraud, identity theft fraud, social services fraud, military, like wasted spending, if you put all of that together, I think we are spending $1 trillion a year, if not more. I think people have no idea how bad it really is. It's crazy. Man. It's a lot of people. We should deport the Americans, exploiting the third world is true, taking advantage of systems. I mean, just seize their assets and put them in jail, right? I mean, like, then get the money back. Because, like, you're stealing from the government. I mean, like, that's our money. So, yeah. And you've got, obviously, ICE all over the airports now, which is, I think, kind of good. I'm glad to see this. But let me go. And this is apparently, I'm kind of surprised, but they're just flying airplanes around in Iran. They are. What do you think about the vets on disability? I would infinitely rather pay for a veteran's disability than pay for an illegal alien, because at least a veteran is a citizen and they serve the country. Like, so from my perspective, I do think that certain veterans probably do abuse disability, and they do probably take advantage of it, and that is a problem. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it probably does exist, but that's not going to be my priority one whenever you have people that aren't even supposed to be here that are doing the same thing. So that's really how I see it. I mean, I'm not even saying that it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. But at the same time, I think it could be a hell of a lot worse. So that's how I see it. Additionally, the money's fed back into the U.S. and overseas, so it makes a big difference. It's okay. Did you say the self-report of if ICE is at an airport, it's a step away from ICE being at the voting polls? No, I didn't see that. But I'm not surprised. Priya, I'd like to see some retroactive consequences for the companies that did this fraud knowingly. Oh, yeah, I agree with you about that. I think it's a huge problem. And this is, let me go back. Oh, here's another one. This is in Iraq. God damn. All right. Well, that's too bad, huh? Yeah, I guess so. And ATL Airport before and after ICE. Obviously, this is probably somewhat selectively edited, but I think it's probably to a certain extent, like, kind of expected. It's a lot of people. People everywhere.
So,
man,
but to be honest, this is decent, guys. This is,
and that's at 5:30 in the morning too. Like, that's when everybody's trying to fly out so they can be there before businesses start. Holy fuck, man. And you're gonna say what's this here next thing you're gonna say is private citizens need to be enforcing speeding laws. Private citizens do? I don't know about that. And yeah, maybe. But let me go and I'll look at this. There are people asking to get there 4 to 5 hours early. That is insane, man. Holy shit. And so, yeah, it does look like that's what's happening. Oh, here we go. ICE is looking for criminals at airports.
Trump made a brilliant move this week, and he called me and says, let's send ICE to the airport. I thought it was a smart move. And we're filling the holes. The wait lines already dropped. Plus, we're doing a security function at the airports. We're going to arrest criminals going through this airport. We're going to look for human trafficking, sex trafficking, money smuggling. We're going to be at the airports working with our brothers and sisters of TSA.
Thank God.
Our brothers and sisters within DHS. President Trump made a smart move. We're going to keep the airplanes flying. We're going to get the American people to those lines quicker. And we're not going to give up President Trump's promise to American people to make this country safer every day. And that's what we're going to keep doing.
No, I think that's a good idea, obviously. And, oh, here's another one.
Well, there may be a celebration here at the airport before it's all said and done, especially for the folks who've been working nonstop, extra shifts. If you look right here, you can see this is the main checkpoint. Almost no lines, no waiting, Sarah. And it's unbelievable at this point. This morning started briskly with a lot of people showing up here at the airport. Lines
Man.
were long. People were waiting about an hour, but when that
9
rush hour
a.m.
went away pretty quickly this morning, we ended up with this. And there seems to be more lines open than normal right now with the TSA workers here breezing people through. In fact, a lot of folks have been showing up shocked at how short the lines are. Take a listen to some of the folks we talked to this morning.
Wow.
I don't see how extra security could be bad, you know?
Yeah, of course. Why would extra security be bad? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they're going to help out and, you know, make things move a little faster, but whether they're doing that or not, we don't know. But
this is on CNN, too.
Extra security is always good to me.
I mean, you think it's not going to be that bad, but then you get here and, you know, you think, oh, man, it really is as bad as they say it is.
Yep.
So there's a bit of a mix here. So when people were showing up and going right into the TSA pre-check line, a lot of them weren't even checking the main checkpoint line. That line has been open and moving pretty quickly.
Wow.
Some folks just get so used to going to the line they go to, they didn't even check to see what that's like. We've also seen those ICE agents moving through today. A lot of folks are saying they're very pleasant. Look, they're not wearing masks.
Fantastic PR for ICE. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that, well, this is the way ICE usually is. Like, ICE isn't a bunch of, like, armed thugs going around beating people up. The reason why they're doing that in, like, Minnesota, for example, is because they have crowds of people throwing things at them, screaming at them, and trying to drive cars into them. So, big surprise, whenever you start attacking somebody, screaming at them, and trying to kill them, they're going to be aggressive and hostile to you. I know, big shocker, right? And so what's happened is that a lot of these people have the idea that, like, oh, ICE is going to be these horrible people. Why the fuck would they do that? Why would they want to complicate their day by initiating hostility onto somebody for no reason? It would be stupid for them to do that. So I'm all for ICE. Or where this could turn to Patriot Act 2.0. I mean, I do think that we need to have I think that you do need to have a massive enforcement crackdown on immigration. And I think that that will take a tremendous increase in the amount of enforcement that's out there. Shadow Spawn, thanks for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. And yeah, I mean, I would say in doxing their families, yes, exactly. People are more inclined to behave where in the airport too. Yeah, exactly. And there's accountability for it too. And that's another, you bring up a really good point, is that they can't act that way inside of an airport because they'll be put on a no-fly list or they could be put in jail. Like, generally, you have to act like a normal human being at an airport. So, big surprise, these people act normal. And I think it goes to what I was saying before, is that this chaos and everything is a choice. It's not mandatory. There's no reason we have to allow it. And the extent that we do allow it, it just gets everybody hurt and wastes everybody's money.
Yes, in fact, on this line right here, you can see two of them standing behind the TSA agents. I'm not sure we can get complete focus on that, but just wanted to show you that they've been walking around the perimeter. Atlanta police have also been added.
That's why you said you shouldn't place unreasonable responsibility on large and small businesses. I think if a company... So I'm going to pull you up and ask you something. Do you think if a company knowingly hires illegal aliens, they should be held accountable? Like, a company knowingly is hiring them. Not that they hired them. I didn't say that. If they knowingly hired them and they ignored different checks to make sure that they aren't illegal, do you think that they should be held accountable for that? Very simple question. If they not take the reasonable steps? Okay. I mean, do you think that checking somebody's citizenship status and whether they're here legally is reasonable? Do you think that checking whether a person is here legally is reasonable for employing them? Because I want to make sure that we wrap this up. It's competitive advantage? No, it's okay. Because, like, you're saying reasonable, what does that really mean, reasonable? Because this could be like a framing that you're using to try to, like, keep your point going. Investigation of their ID and testimony is true. Being valid is not their job. Well, I mean, why not just make it to where they have to check to see if somebody is a valid citizen in order to hire them? Like, why not just... Because, I mean, you think that... I mean, that's got to be... That's pretty important, right? I mean, whether somebody is a citizen or not, I feel like that's a huge one. So I don't know what to say. Disagree with that? You hurt their feelings? Yeah, my old job. Yeah, I mean, why would you not want that? I'm just confused. It can be faked. So then we shouldn't check. So should they not check ID for selling alcohol? Because you can have a fake ID. Like, how does your mind work with this? I want to understand this. So, like, if you can have a fake ID, why check ID? That encompasses reasonable? Okay, well then it's reasonable then. All right, well then there you go.
To this equation in terms of showing up extra patrols. But the story right now,
What do you
Sarah,
say about
quite
that?
honestly, is the fact that the lines have disappeared. We haven't seen this like in a week. So this is good news. If you have a flight to catch, you should know that you can probably maybe take a deep breath. At one point, this line stretched all the way down the hallway. This one is gone as well. So I guess we'll just give a thumbs up and smile a little bit, Sarah, and take a break.
Thank God. I'm glad to see that. And, here's another one, too. It's going to great PR for ICE. Yeah, I think so, too. Man, this is a smart thing for them to do. This is a good idea. Oh, it's still tagging. It says everything? Yeah. Man. You see Rupert Lover's for Britain has more membership than the Conservative Party around 6 weeks in? No, I didn't see that. I'm not surprised.
Oh, nice.
So I'm glad to see this happening, right? Obviously, that's where things are going. I think it's going to continue. Doesn't U.S. check criminal records before hiring? I mean, yeah, as far as I know, they have to do that, but I'm not entirely sure. And this is also, look at this. Here we go.
Salida. Salida derecha. Can you say it in English what that means? Salida.
I mean, guys, there's something really wrong if they don't understand what that sign means. There's something really, really wrong with that. Oh my God. Keep right. Exit to the right. Oh, okay.
What that means? What does it mean? How good is your English?
Not so good, right?
English. No, speak no English.
No.
What does that mean? Yes. What does it mean?
No.
What does it mean when you go down? You see the sign. What does that mean? What do you have to do? No.
This is insane. 40 years I drove around in Cuba. Well, what the fuck?
Okay. Yes, you don't speak enough English.
Uh-huh.
To be operating a commercial motor vehicle, okay?
Yeah.
You also don't have enough knowledge of the signs to say it, okay? So this right now you're gonna be placed out of service, okay?
I mean, this is just, guys, this is crazy. Keep right. And he's just moving his arm in that direction. Holy shit, man. And you see ambulances set on fire in the UK? I think I did. Yeah, they were the Jewish ambulances or something like that. I did see this. And shocked to realize ICE are pretty friendly when nobody's trying to kill them with an SUV. Isn't that a fucking mystery, right? Wow, who could have possibly predicted that? And so, yes, I'm very glad to see this. Oh, here we go. There's another one. I will look at this too. I might as well. And they have their own ambulances. Yeah, there was like a weird thing where there's like a Jewish community like health thing. Like, I think it's stupid too, but for some reason that's the way they do things over there.
The negotiation didn't have a path to citizenship. It was entirely on their terms in order to get Ukraine funding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, Chris, that's been a failed play for 20 years. So you are right that has been the Democratic strategy for 30 years, maybe. And it has failed to deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country. We care about most failed to deliver for the people we care about most, the undocumented Americans that are in this country.
I don't see how anybody can watch that and take it seriously. I really don't. Oh my fucking God. Call them illegals? Yep, that's right. And I don't know what to say. It's just fucking ridiculous. But yeah, ambulances don't always transport emergency patients. Yeah, I don't know. Why do they care about them the most? Because it's not about caring about anybody. It's just about a, what do you call it? It's just about virtue signaling, as always.
I flew to Cuba during a nationwide power blackout and amidst talks of the United States taking it over, because I want to see the side of the country the rest of the world doesn't get to see, the people. Yesterday I learned that it's common for buildings to collapse suddenly because of improper upkeep.
What is this, bro? You know what this looks like? This looks like, I'm gonna just say it. There are ruins of Rome that are better upkeep than this. This is embarrassing. Like, really, think about it. Like, you go and you look at the Colosseum, held up better than this.
And today, I'm going to see what it looks like when somebody has no other option but to call one of these abandoned buildings their home. On our way, a lady invited us inside of an old building. She's a teacher.
So this is a first grade. There's a teacher, but wait, is this a school, a classroom, or a jail?
A classroom. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Until we saw what was being taught. Everything pointed back to the same place, the same people, the same ideas.
This is all America's fault, by the way. America causes them to do this. Yes. Nothing to eat? We only have pesos? Oh my God.
We saw the same thing again later.
Yeah.
Bookstores, libraries, shelf after shelf, telling one version of the story. Even fiction books must take place in communist or socialist worlds. We thought this was very odd. Eventually, we found this.
See, this is the problem that a lot of people never discuss, is that why is it that they need this much control and propaganda and force of, like, ideology? And they force their ideology inside of the vacuum of information, and they don't let anything else in it. The reason why is that they are a hostile occupation. This is not created by a consensus of the people. This is not created for the best interest of the people. That's the reason why they don't allow anything else to criticize them or to go against them.
Skeleton of a building, completely fallen in on itself.
Jesus.
This man is a part of one of the 9 families that live in the ruins of this building. That
9 families live in this? Oh my God.
Just one. His
Jesus.
space is modest. Just
oh, what a shithole. God, that sucks. He doesn't even have a computer.
Enough room for him and his wife.
Holy
who's
fuck.
been sick for a month with a cough. Of course, there was no
cough for a month.
Electricity.
He was explaining to me that every time it rains, water seeps through and pools on the floor.
Oh my
There's a certain sense of beauty in this community, one that's shadowed by commiseration. And in my video tomorrow, we'll talk to a tobacco farmer who gives 90% of his crop to the government.
We can't complain.
Like, you're not allowed to complain.
Yeah. You can't complain. You're not allowed to complain. Man, that is insane. Like, I didn't even, maybe I should watch this. Nick Hall, who is this guy? I haven't seen his content before. This is the first time I've seen it. Let me go. Actually, I was going to look at one of these. I want to keep it open. Free healthcare? Yeah, clearly. Is this the guy? I don't know if it is or not, but maybe this is it. I have no idea. Either way, I do hope more people talk about this, right? Because this is the Knicks collecting W's recently. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and the Council of Knicks. Some respect, man. I came from there. Not everywhere is like this, but it's true. There's too many families living in these conditions. Well, and I think that really, if you look at the ideological... So, because a lot of people blame the bad conditions in Cuba on America. They say, well, it's because of American sanctions, it's because of American imperialism, etc. What does that have to do with their schools? What does that have to do with the government killing people that disagrees with them? What does that have to do with them not allowing other political parties? It has nothing to do with that. These are purely ideological. And the reality is that a country that has that much dysfunction in terms of its ideological perspectives obviously is going to have that same level of dysfunction in its economics as well. Of course it will. So the idea that Cuba would be some amazing, great place if, you know, America didn't do X, Y, or Z is total bullshit. The reality is that these have been shitholes forever. They've been, not forever, since the 50s, right? And so they've been shitholes for, you know, the better part of a fucking century. And it's because of the people that run the government. And if that wasn't the case, then why is it that we're not looking at every other instance of this country being dysfunctional that has nothing to do with economics? It's dysfunctional from the top to the bottom. You can't blame everything on the United States. That's what I think. The world needs to see this. Members of the VIP flotilla of Pablo Iglesias and Hassan Piker throw food at Cuban children to dance while they record videos for their social media networks. The man recording is saying how disrespectful is taking advantage of the misery of the Cuban people to make content. Making a little boy dance just to get a cookie? Taking advantage of Cuban poverty. So, you know what they say? History doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it does rhyme. This was last patch. This is the new patch. Some things never change, boys. So, if you went to Cuba and you got a special hat, great. Wow.
I basically landed in Cuba and spent every moment that I had. I didn't participate in a lot of the stuff and any of the stuff really that the Progressive International was doing, which is why it's also like additionally funny. While they're on the one hand, they're lying about like the events that took place. On the other hand, they keep saying I was, a principal participant of these events that took place. I wasn't. I was actually hanging out. I didn't do anything with Progressive International, even though I love those guys and they did fantastic work out there. Because I locked in with Belly of the Beast, the independent news outlet in Cuba, one that I really, really leaned into. I mean, they're fucking...
Independent news outlet. Uh-huh. Grok down? Grok down? Well, how can I use... Wait a minute. Well, then how can I know if a video's fake? Okay, that's fine. I'll just use Gemini. It's not a big deal. Okay. Let me see. What was I going to look at? Does Cuba have freedom of press? And someone in Cuba who does journalism oppose and criticize Let's see here, because I thought they didn't. This is my understanding, is that they did not. No. The social communication law, fully implemented in late 2024, this law mandates that all media must be state-owned and controlled. Linked by organizations linked to the Communist Party. Well, wait a minute. Well, then...
As I locked in with Belly of the Beast, the independent news outlet in Cuba.
But it says... I mean, I don't... Yeah, I don't think that's true. Guys, I think this is bullshit. I think he's bullshitting, guys.
One that I really, really leaned into. I mean, they're fucking incredible. Basically, I spent every moment just conducting interviews, like talking to regular Cubans, talking to people that are you know, doing incredible work, and investigating like how this complex system of restrictions has actually harmed Cuban production every step of the way.
You have to understand that because the U.S. had a sanction on Cuba, that makes them kill their journalists. You might not understand this, but the more sanctions they have, the more journalists they have to kill to offset the sanctions. That's how it works.
Kneecap participated in one of the many daily festivals that happen during the day. Okay? That festival that they participated in had Cuban musicians that were also participating in it. It was free for all Cubans to attend, and it was overwhelmingly Cubans that were there. It blows my fucking mind that these people can be so cynical and so gross that they think that like regular everyday Cubans don't want to experience fucking joy. It blows my mind. You just don't.
Thank God you're there to make them happy. Thank God. Like, I don't know what they would have been able to do without this. Yeah. Also, by the way, so if the electrical grid is running at, like, let's say 95%, and then you have a group of people that increase it by 10%, wouldn't that just make it go offline? Because, like, now you're overstressing it. So even if you weren't the majority of people there, couldn't you just effectively tip the scales in a way that would make it problematic? Because, like, that's what I would assume. That's what I would guess. Like, if it was barely on the edge to begin with, and then a bunch of people come over, and then they push it over the edge, then, yeah, they weren't the ones that did 100% of it, but they were the causal factor in it collapsing. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, right? I'm not sure. But, like, this is not really a good argument.
Even want to think, like, you literally can see it. You can see it in real time. You can see Cubans dancing, singing, having a good time.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, they must be...
Well, I guess that means that the U.S. sanctions don't bother them, right? Because based off of that same logic. So if there are Cubans that are dancing and happy, then why does the U.S. need to lift the sanctions if they're so happy? It's almost as if a person's random everyday behavior isn't an indication of the politics. It's just... what is...
brainwashed. Someone was claiming that they were being bribed with treats.
Well,
and then I come back and I see people on the sidelines trying to do their very best to continue justifying the asphyxiation that we have implemented on this island.
That's right. The Americans have made the Cuban government kill their own people. They're the ones that have made the Cuban government, not take care of their buildings and force an education and get rid of all political parties. We've done this. This is our fault.
The people died because you morons threw a giant party and sucked up all the electricity. These are fucking Cubans. Man, these are everyday Cubans having a great time. on a free concert that was thrown together. And it wasn't just Kneecap. It was like, Cuban artists that were also participating in it.
They went there for a poverty publicity tour in order to virtue signal, and the virtue signaling optics went wrong because the power went out and everybody's blaming them. Well, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's it. You want to base everything off of optics? That's what happens. It looks really fucking bad when you have a bunch of millionaires from Western countries coming over to Cuba, handing out, okay, little Pedro, here you go. Here, now don't you spend it all in one place, okay? Just, who the fuck does this? Who the fuck are you kidding me? It's insane.
I say you're a fucking insanely indecent person, and you should really think hard about why you're repeating obvious moronic lies that MAGA is spamming on the timeline. Vicious scumbag. Star hotel powered by generators while the local hospital goes dark. You are truly, genuinely a psychopath. Wow. This guy is one of the biggest, most troubled, most
he's so
schizophrenic.
Upset. He's schizophrenic.
Vulgar.
He's vulgar.
Demons.
He is a demon.
I have ever encountered in my fucking life, and he has the audacity to claim.
Who is this guy? I don't even know who he is. Who is this person? I don't even know who this person is.
That he's a humanitarian and a liberal. Shame on this fucking piece of shit. Shame on you. Un-fucking believable.
Wait, you're a humanitarian? Oh, and you disagree with me going to the country that systematically kills people for going against their government and then poisons and, makes their people starve because they want to perpetuate a governmental system even though they're being oppressed? Like, you're not going to win against the United States. You're not winning anything by sacrificing more of your people's lives in order to try to push back against the United States. You're just getting more people killed and delaying the inevitable. You're going to lose. You know you're going to lose. That's why they're already going out there and they're like pre-flighting. They're trying to get ahead of this and say like, no, Donald, no, we are not like Maduro. There are no drugs, no, we don't do this. Like, what are they doing?
Believable. I wasn't even in Cuba when I tweeted this, for the record. Cubans are regular people. Cubans are regular ass people. They enjoy music. They want to fucking go to a concert. They want to live their lives.
And that's what's so sad, because the government there oppresses the fuck out of them. It's terrible. Well, hopefully they fix it.
In spite of the fucking...
Hopefully Trump can pack them up and then Cuba can be great again. Make Cuba great again. You guys like the sound? I like the sound of that.
Ridiculous blockade, right?
Yeah.
In spite of the crippling blockade. This is...
Cuba's problems started last month.
The Kneecap Boys participating in a public free concert that was put together for Cuban artists, okay? And they were like, oh, we're here. Let's do it. We'll also participate in this concert. So they also gave a free performance for every Cuban that was in attendance. And these people... And this concert is just mostly Cubans, right? Like, it's just a lot of people were like, oh, they did a concert for just like the wealthy fucking tourists or whatever. No, it's just mostly Cubans, you fucking idiot. Did you hang at the Malacon at night? People are dancing, making music all night long. It's beautiful. Yeah. I didn't. I went to just a couple different like bars.
Because they can't afford a fucking computer to sit at home and watch anime all fucking day. That's the reason why. You think that they're dancing and jumping around like because they want to? I'm sure some of them are, but I'm sure there's a lot of them that wish that they could just sit on the computer like we do and watch anime and jerk off, but they can't do that.
The first night I went to a bar with the Kneecap Boys, it was awesome. I had a great time there. We just dumped a lot of cash to the best of our ability.
Dozens of dollars.
On everyday Cubans.
Yes.
But it was, it was much better, in my opinion, to just like go to like regular bars and regular restaurants that were, operating in spite of the circumstances, because
of course they're going to operate. Like, what do you think that they're not going to have? Of course they're going to have restaurants.
There were just like regular Cubans there.
Yeah. No, that's it. It's super fun watching this. Yeah, I don't understand this at all. And like, so this is, so he's trying desperately to shift the narrative away from the fact that a bunch of rich, privileged Westerners did poverty tourism in Cuba, and they tried to get
It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of them. This is another one. Yeah.
Am I going to stereotype the hell out of him? On the assumption
yes.
that he looks and sounds exactly like I expect his political opinions to be.
Yes.
And clearly, he's really, really bothered about Restore Britain. We're going to watch it. Let's see if we can get through it without cracking up.
Hey, you know these lot that are saying vote Restore Britain? Are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, we finally got something we can do.
Yeah.
Right? Because the thing is, I wanted to save this.
Why do plumbers charge $300 an hour and finish in under 90 seconds? Watch this. Because by the end, you're either going to respect every dollar or realize you could have done this yourself. It starts with a leaking copper elbow joint hidden behind a wall. He doesn't grab a wrench, he grabs a blowtorch. Heats the solder, pulls the pipe apart, done. Next, and most DIers skip this, he blows out every drop of water from the open pipe. Wet copper won't solder. That's the #1 reason joints fail. He cuts the damaged end clean with a Lennox cutter. Then a rigid deburring tool scores the surface so the solder actually bonds. Heat pad against the wall. New elbow on torch. Ani touches solder wire to the joint, not the flame, and it gets pulled in on its own. No gaps, no voids. Flanges level, gasket sealed. Pressure reducing valve locked into place. Then the zip tie trick brass nut tied out of the way while soldering, snipped after. 3 seconds of pure experience, clamps tightened. Assembly secured. Leak gone. So are you calling a plumber next time? Or buying a blowtorch? Why do plumbers charge $300 an hour?
Another day of apologizing for problems I did not create. Let's hope today is merciful to me.
Good morning, Tiger. Ready for another day?
Good morning, Ronald.
A quick morning tip, please remember to greet the customer with approved greetings only. I noticed that many of the boys around here do not follow the scripts.
Maybe because the scripts are making us sound like robots. Okay.
Your average handle time target is 5 minutes and your wrap time is 1 minute. Got it? Targets, targets, targets. That's where it's all about.
You know, Ronald, I actually don't know if that's realistic given
Of course it is. It is in the work culture document. I had that document set up by a very expensive consultant, so it must be right.
Did you ever try it out yourself?
Why should I try it out myself if I hire people like you? Now let's get it, Tiger. Targets, targets.
Hello, thank you for calling Wage Link Support. My name is Wojak. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hello?
Your internet is broken. Now I can't access my Facebook.
I am sorry to hear that, sir. I will do my best to fix it. Are you near the router right now?
I am holding the internet box. What do I have to do?
Hello, thank you for calling Wage Link Support. My name is Wojak. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hello?
Your internet is broken. Now I can't access my Facebook.
I am sorry to hear that, sir. I will do my best to fix it. Are you near the router right now?
I am holding the internet box. What do I have to do?
Okay. Can you tell me which lights are on?
The lights are not on.
This is going to be an easy one. All right, sir. Is the power cable plugged in?
I do not know. I'm not an electrician.
Could you please check for me? If you follow the cord that's attached to the box, you should see if it ends in a wall socket.
Why do I have to check? I pay you people.
Sir, it is a quick step and it helps. Do the trick.
I plugged it in. It is working now. I just don't understand how this thing unplugged itself. I'd never do that, you know. I'm not crazy.
Is there anything else I can help you with, sir?
This is why I do not trust all that damn technology. Back in my days we didn't need cables. Damn it.
You're welcome. Hello, thank you for calling Wage Link Support. My name is Wojak. How can I help you today?
I want a refund.
I can look into that for you. What seems to be the issue, ma'am?
The issue is you charged me for a free trial.
Okay, I can check the account. Did you cancel before the trial ended?
Do not ask me questions. I want a refund now.
I understand your frustration, but I need to verify.
Listen, sir, it does not matter whether I cancelled before the deadline or not. I don't want the subscription and I want my money back.
Alright. I see here the trial ended and the subscription renewed automatically.
That is illegal.
It is in the terms you agreed to.
I do not agree to terms.
Unfortunately, the system shows you did.
I know the CEO.
Okay. Can you ask him for a refund then?
Excuse me?
I mean, what I can do is that I'm going to end the subscription right now and you only have to pay for the days you extended. Does that sound alright?
No, I want a full refund now. And I don't want my subscription to stop.
What? You want to keep your subscription while also getting a refund?
Listen, young man, I will destroy you on social media. You will be sorry for this.
Wojak. What is this? An angry customer? You know that's not good for us, right?
Sir, this was a hopeless call. The customer was being very unreasonable.
This will be shared with the team tomorrow. We must take an example of this to avoid it in the future.
I really need a coffee. That's it. I've had enough of this day. Whoever is going to pick up the phone is going to be roasted. How on earth do they dare to make a machine jam like that?
Hello? How can I help you?
You know, I am better than this. Those customer service agents are also nothing more than a punching bag of the system. They aren't the ones responsible.
Hello? 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 I'm going to hang up.
No, sir, wait.
I'm here with the world's strongest sumo wrestler.
Yeah!
And we're putting two heavyweight cuisines head to head, American versus Japanese. I'll be cooking the best dish from each country across multiple categories.
Very, very nice.
And feeding them to two of the biggest, baddest critics around, USA. To find out which country eats best. And our first category of the day is barbecue. Starting in America with the king of barbecue, we're of course making these sumos Texas barbecue brisket. I am dying to see what real Japanese sumo wrestlers think of American style brisket, but keep in mind that as the video goes on, they're gonna be trying way crazier food, some of which they've never seen before.
Ooh.
And we'll get it on the smoker. Served with all the classic American barbecue sides, Texas brisket has that flavorful bark, is extremely juicy, and melt in your mouth tender. I have no idea how it could get any better than this. Moving over to Japan, it's time for Japanese barbecue. Japanese barbecue, or yakiniku, is a completely different ballgame. Highly marbled cuts are expertly trimmed and sliced thin. This Wagyu A5 tri-tip might be the most marbled piece of meat I've ever seen, and we'll get them over fire. It's gonna be very interesting to see if our sumos prefer this refined Japanese technique over its smoky Texas-sized counterpart. And it all starts with the beef.
Whoa! American beef.
Welcome to our very special guests. We have Lulu and the one and only legendary Kanishiki. Weighing in at 425 pounds, Lulu is one of Japan's most dominant sumo wrestlers. Kanishiki, at his peak, weighed in at 633 pounds, the heaviest sumo of his era and one of the most recognizable faces the sport has ever seen. Are you guys hungry?
Very hungry.
Texas barbecue versus Japanese yakiniku. What do you think?
日本と違ってこうでかいまま出てくるんで迫力がすごい。
Maybe this is for you?
Oh.
It's good, real good. Someone's eating a lot of brisket, but we don't smoke it. We boil it and we eat it with cabbage.
Interesting. What do you think?
Very nice.
What do you think of the beef?
Very good. It's tender and juicy.
What do you say we move over to Japan with the yakiniku?
It's ready.
It's crisping up very beautifully. This is the Wagyu A5 tri-tip.
Very good, very good.
So this one's the ribeye. It's a little bit more lean, more juicy. Okay, so it is time to see which one we like more. All we're gonna do is count to 3, point to the one we like most. Ichi, ni, san.
Sochi, nippon.
What does that mean again?
Once you slam and your back is on the floor, it's called ippon.
It's like the sumo slam?
Yeah, the slam.
So I just got slammed to the ground.
Yep.
This is gonna be one of those days where I don't argue, I don't talk back. I would get squashed.
You never know if they try.
Okay, well, how's this sound? If Japan beats me, I'll let him tackle me. Just be nice to me.
Okay. We'll line up with
That was the most confident thing you said all day. Let's move on. We have made it to the battle of fried chicken. For America, there's only one type, Southern fried chicken, or what some would call KFC. Originating in the 1700s in states like Virginia, Georgia, and South Carolina, the most important step is the buttermilk brine, leading to that distinctive, tender, and juicy bite. And I'll see you guys in about 12 hours. And just like that, our chicken is brined, and the key here is very well seasoned flour. What you want to do is basically push the flour into all those nooks and crannies, creating as much texture as possible. You can see all those little ridges in there. You want your chicken looking exactly like this. Finally, into the oil to fry until beautifully golden brown. A warm bucket of Southern fried chicken is very hard to beat. Japan's gonna need something special up its sleeve. For Japan, we have one of the country's most popular dishes, karaage chicken. We start by slicing our chicken thighs into nice little strips, adding in flavors like garlic, ginger, soy, sake, and sesame. This process leads to deep flavor that you generally don't see with fried chicken. Just like that, we are fully marinated, and I'm telling you, the smell coming off this already is insane. Now to fry, we'll very specifically need potato starch. That's what gives us that distinctive crunchy texture. Into the oil, and this is the first of our two-step frying process. With our oil at 300, all we're really doing here is bringing it up to temp. And back in for a second crispy fry. That is crispy. Despite the distinctive pale color, karaage chicken is super crispy with that hidden flavor from the marinade, a worthy opponent in this fried chicken battle. Next up, we have made it to fried chicken. We have American fried chicken and the one and only Japanese karaage. Why don't we start here with the Japanese karaage?
どうですか? すごい美味しそう. Very yummy.
It's been marinated overnight and then it's fried, which is different than American fried chicken because it has like more ginger and soy and different flavors in there. American fried chicken. That's a big bite. Very different, right? So this was brined overnight in buttermilk. It gets a lot more tender. It seems like he likes it.
Very good.
Completely different style. It's hard to say which one's better.
めちゃめちゃうまいです.
You think this one?
Yeah.
Me too.
I agree. This time I think the American is really good.
In Japan, karaage is kind of made to eat with rice. It's like a okazu, or it's like a meal. But Kentucky is more like you can just eat Kentucky.
In the world of sumo, how often do you eat like fast food?
Very rare. During our training, it's all eating chankonabe and stuff that we make within the stable.
Ichi, ni, san.
Get the game! Back to the game!
Very
nice! Winner!
A little bit of foreshadowing here, but unfortunately my wrestling session with Lulu didn't go well, which is why I'm very glad today's video is sponsored by ZocDoc. My neck, my back, and not to mention my stomach from all that fried chicken needs attention. And ZocDoc has over 200 specialties to choose from, so I know I'll be able to find the right doctor, or in my case, multiple doctors. What usually stops me from booking a doctor's appointment, calling an office, getting put on hold, and still not knowing if they even take my insurance. There's gotta be a better way. That's what I love about ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and instantly book an appointment. There are more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states with thousands of verified patient reviews. And if you're traveling or don't want to go in person, you can even choose a video visit, but I will be seeing my doctor in person. Go to ZocDoc.com/Mikai, also linked in the description, to find and instantly book your top-rated doctor today. Thank you, ZocDoc. Let's get back to the video. Our most nostalgic category yet, best sandwich. Starting with the undisputed king of sandwiches in America, the humble PB&J. This stat absolutely blew my mind, but apparently Americans eat an estimated 15 billion of these bad boys every year. I don't know if Japanese sumo wrestlers have ever tried Wonder Bread, but this is the stuff when I think of a peanut butter and jelly that you have to use. And don't argue with me, these are the only two options when it comes to peanut butter and jelly. I'm gonna show you guys a veteran move here. You go peanut butter on side 1, you go peanut butter on side 2. Yes, we're doubling up. Then you go 1 layer of jelly just on one side. You close it. This part is debatable, but now we're gonna remove the crust, because that's how my mom did it. But this part is not debatable. We need to cut it right down the middle, like so. Psych! No. We're of course cutting in a beautiful triangle, just like this. It might be simple, but trust me, it doesn't get better than that. For our Japanese sandwich, there's only one option. It is, of course, the famous 7-Eleven egg salad sandwich, which turns out is actually pretty simple to make. And we start by breaking apart the eggs. And our secret ingredient is, of course, this stuff right here. Kewpie mayo is a little sweeter and also has some MSG that makes all the difference. Next, adding salt, black pepper, and sugar, mixing it up. I mean, that tastes very close to the real deal. The final most important component here is the bread. Japanese milk bread is the perfect complement to the fluffy eggs and assemble. This sandwich is so famous, people regularly fly all the way to Japan just for a taste. Needless to say, this category has 2 powerhouses. I'm very interested to see which one comes out on top. we have made it to the most iconic sandwiches in each country. So over here, we have the one and only peanut butter and jelly. If you're American, you grew up eating peanut butter and jellies. Over here, we have the classic Japanese tamago egg salad sandwich. This is in every 7-Eleven. Americans love going to Japan to eat this. Do Japanese people love it as much as Americans?
Oh yeah, very popular.
Lulu, have you had a peanut butter jelly sandwich before?
No.
Please help yourself. We'll start with America over here.
Itadakimasu. Very yummy.
I've had it a million times. It just doesn't get old.
I know what you mean.
Already gone. Where's your sandwich? Why don't we move on to the tamago sandwich? It's good, but it's hard to replicate what you get in Japan. The milk bread, the QP mayo, the quality of the eggs.
You hit it on the head because the quality of eggs in Japan is unreal.
Very yummy.
Ichi, ni, san. Wow, unanimous. A win for
Japan! Nippon cha-cha-cha! Yo, 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 yo!
We have made it to the most important meal of the day, the breakfast battle. Starting with American breakfast, and we're going classic, so you know I'm cooking these sumos up some bacon. Cooked alongside some sunny side up eggs, warm pancakes drizzled with maple syrup. I don't care if you're from America, Japan, or the moon. If your breakfast looks like this, it's gonna be a good day. For Japanese breakfast, we have a meal so iconic, it's literally known as sumo stew. Known in Japan as chanko nabe. We'll start by making some homemade Japanese chicken meatballs, but keep in mind that the direct translation of chanko is meal for sumos. Needless to say, this is the most nervous I've ever been cooking a meal. This is legitimately the first.
Yeah! Anyone here yet? Can anyone see me? Am I live? Oh, wow, good job. Maybe I just need to, like...
Time I've ever cooked this dish, and I'm serving it to real live sumo wrestlers. Something tells me if they don't like it, I'm gonna be in big trouble. It's this nutrient-dense stew that powers sumos through their heavy 6 hours of daily training. I just hope I made it right. Kanishiki had to go out training for the next hour. He will be back in a little bit. So for now, it's just me and Lulu. Are you ready for breakfast?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with American breakfast. We have pancakes, sausages, bacon, eggs, hash browns.
I like pancake.
Pancake, okay. Syrup?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah. This is like as classic as it gets when it comes to American breakfast. What do you think?
Delicious.
There's something about that flavor combination that's so good. The sausage with the bacon with the pancakes. You like?
Yeah.
Lulu, I'm very worried because this right here is sumo food.
Yeah.
Chanko nabe.
Chanko.
Chanko.
Yeah.
This is something you eat almost every day.
Every day.
I've never cooked this before, so if it doesn't taste good, please don't beat me up.
Okay.
So one thing I tried to make here was chicken meatballs. All right.
Yeah. Itadakimasu.
Really?
Yeah, very good.
Wow, that's delicious. The miso in there, you really taste it. It's like smooth flavor. What do you think of the chicken ball?
Yeah, very yummy.
Like when you make it in Japan, when you're training, same flavor or different flavor?
Every day, different flavor. Salt, soy sauce, and miso, ponzu.
I know which one I like more. Ichi, ni, san. Really?
Yeah, I like pancakes and sausage. Chanko. No, every day eat.
Ah. So how do we find out which one's better? 3, 2, 1, go.
Pancake.
That's gonna be a W for America. That's all I gotta say about that. For our next category, it's famous fish. For America, you already know it's fish and chips. Now I know what you're thinking, fish and chips might be a British dish, however, it's become so popular in America, it's debatably American at this point. We have our heavily seasoned flour that will combine with an egg, as well as a beer, whisking that up for a perfect beer batter. Gently coating the fish, then into the oil for a beautiful light and crispy golden brown exterior. Finishing with flaky salt, we're left with a plate of fish and chips I think even Gordon Ramsay would approve of. And for Japan, it's the holy grail of fish. This is fatty tuna belly, otherwise known as otoro. It's as expensive as Wagyu beef and even looks similar with its intense marbling. The key is keeping this one simple and letting the fish shine. It represents perhaps the most iconic bite in Japanese cuisine. It's time for fish. You ready?
Yeah.
We have fish and chips. And then, you know what we have here. What is that?
Tuna.
Special type though, otoro.
Otoro.
Do you eat otoro a lot in Japan?
Yeah, I eat
Really?
it.
It's hard to compare these two, but let's start over here. Have you had this before?
First time.
You can dip it in here.
Dip?
Yeah, this is tartar sauce. What do you think? Is it?
Crispy.
Nice and crispy, yeah.
I like it. Fish sauce very much.
Oh, good. Let's move on. You might call it the best of the best. In America, this is very special.
Very yummy.
I can tell.
Very, very nice.
I realized in sumo, nice is like the best. Next up, we have made it to the pork sandwich. Starting with America and debatably the most recognizable sandwich in the nation. Introduced in 1981, the McRib is a limited edition McDonald's item with one of the biggest cult followings in fast food history. Now, first step is to remove the membrane, and when it comes to smoked ribs, this one causes a lot of controversy. But for a McRib specifically, I think it's absolutely critical to ensure we have a nice tender bite. You just lift upwards like so, peeling off that layer of chewy silver skin. So technically, the McRib uses ground pork, but since we're cooking for sumos, we're of course using the real deal. And just like that, our ribs have developed some great looking color. And it's time to wrap.
Arms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti.
Kyle, just...
Wait, what?
just cut it.
But I'm not a rapper.
We'll start with the butter. As my friend Guga always says, more butter, more better. A healthy dose of honey and a healthy dose of barbecue sauce for good measure. Ribs on, meat side down, and we'll wrap.
Spaghetti, corn spaghetti. What?
It's been 5 hours and we're finally done. Notice how our rib bones are easily sliding out, something we generally try to avoid when smoking ribs, but in this case it's necessary as we build our sandwich, topping with barbecue sauce, pickles, and onions. That right there is a sandwich fit for a king, or in this case, I should say a sumo. For Japan, it's the iconic pork katsu. And it all starts with this thick cut pork chop that I'll start by butterflying to make it more manageable, hitting it with salt and black pepper. We go from flour, now into the egg, finally into the panko, pressing that in for a nice thick coating, and finally into the oil. We've developed that distinctive light, crunchy crust, but what takes this over the top is the Japanese milk bread. It's unlike anything you'll find in America. It's basically like cloud bread. To assemble, it's a tangy katsu sauce, that crispy pork, and some finely shredded cabbage, squared off for that perfect cross-section. I hope we've done this sandwich justice. Let's see what Lulu thinks. This right here is called a McRib, popularized by McDonald's.
Barbecue sauce, very much.
Too much?
Yeah, too much.
It is very heavy on the barbecue flavor. I do have a question. You seem very, very strong. Are you big for a sumo, or would you say you're average, or?
Me, medium.
How many kilograms do you weigh?
190.
That's a lot of food and muscle.
Yeah.
Do you like smoky or do you like fried?
I like fry.
Let's taste. Let's confirm that.
Thank you.
Iberico pork chop katsu sandwich.
Hard.
Crunchy.
Yeah.
Do you eat this a lot in Japan?
Yeah, lunchtime eat this one.
You really get that texture, the crispiness of the pork, but it's still juicy, and the vegetables in there are a nice crunch to it. Usually I way prefer smoked foods, but tasting them side by side, I mean, there's a clear winner here. Ichi ni san. Japan all the way on this one.
Japan sandwich, yeah.
Our next category might be the most important, best steak. Starting with America's most iconic steak, the dry-aged porterhouse, Peter Luger style. Founded in 1887, Peter Luger is widely considered America's most legendary steakhouse, and their dry-aged porterhouse is the perfect representation of American steak. And onto the smoker for an initial reverse sear. We've developed some great smoke flavor, but at this point our steak is still essentially raw, which is exactly what we're looking for. And just like at Peter Luger, we start by slicing our unseared steak. Now on a plate with plenty of ghee, we'll reassemble the steak. And it's time for that quintessential sear. Notice how quickly it's developed that insane color. And just like that, our steak is done. Paired with the Peter Luger steak sauce, it's juicy and beefy with a slight funk from the dry age, a true American steak. Moving to Japan, we are starting with quite literally the world's best steak. You knew this one was coming. For Japan, it's of course the Wagyu A5 ribeye, and when done right, it's a full experience. Slivers of garlic are crisped up in the rendered Wagyu fat before searing over high heat. Wagyu A5 is so different than regular steak, it's almost hard to put them in the same category. Notice how the excessive fat content has led to an unmatched sear. Best cooked to medium to ensure it's fully rendered. Each bite is made to be savored. Let's find out how it compares to American beef. It's time for beef, and what we have in front of us is debatably the world's best. Why don't we start with America here? So this is a porterhouse or a T-bone.
T-bone.
A very iconic American steak sauce. Let's go for a bite. What do you say?
Thank you. Juicy.
And beefy. That is a steak.
Pretty nice.
Let's move over to the Japanese
Wagyu. Yeah.
So excited to see what a sumo wrestler thinks of Japanese Wagyu.
Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu.
Fatty.
Very fatty. Explodes with flavor.
Beef oil. Oh.
Yeah. It's still so sweet and delicious.
Yeah.
Probably a better singular bite, but I'd way rather eat this whole steak. Like this one, I can only eat a small amount.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Small.
Ichi ni san. Wow. It's because you can eat more of it.
Wagyu, very oily, T-bone, nice balance.
For one bite, it's amazing, but if I had to choose, I'm going porterhouse all day. Our next category is beef in a bowl. Starting in America with the one and only Texas chili. As the official state dish of Texas, few things represent America as much as a hearty bowl of chili. The key is layering on a wide range of intense chilies and spices, and we'll let this simmer for a few hours. It's thick and beefy with a nice kick. I just really hope this chili isn't too spicy for the sumos, because needless to say, I have a lot to lose if America doesn't come out on top. We've made it to Japan, and it's time for sukiyaki. For Japan's beef in a bowl, sukiyaki involves a shallow layer of broth followed by thin slices of Japanese beef. Simmering very quickly to avoid overcooking, the pot is then filled with various vegetables to finish cooking. Traditionally served with an egg yolk for dipping and a bowl of rice, it's a very different flavor profile than American-style chili. Let's see which one is best. I'm excited to see what you guys think.
I love chili.
Lulu, have you had American chili before?
First time.
First time?
Yeah.
What do you think of this? Is it good?
Very nice.
Okay, why don't we move over to the sukiyaki? I'm a lot less confident in our sukiyaki abilities, especially with some legit sumo wrestlers sitting right next to me. It's so unique in America to have beef that's essentially boiled. Usually we have it seared over fire or charcoal. Honest opinion.
Very nice.
I'd rather have the chili.
Is it because of the quality of the sukiyaki?
Because you gotta cook it wrong.
Ichi, ni, san. Really?
Yeah.
He's a beef man, so that's all beef.
We're partners in that. But what it means is that American chili takes the W. USA! 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 To decide who comes out on top, dessert. Our first dessert is as American as it gets. Apple pie a la mode. It's just apple pie topped with vanilla ice cream. It's simple, but I really don't know if dessert can get any better. And for our Japanese dessert, we got some absolute classics. Starting with Japan's famous fluffy jiggly cheesecake, and of course, a variety of mochi ice cream. How will Japan's precise desserts stack up against classic Americana? It all comes down to this. We have made it to dessert.
Yeah.
Dessert.
I like dessert very much.
And you?
Apple pie is some of my favorite.
Well, I'm glad you said apple pie, because that's exactly what we're gonna start with here. It's the classic. Here you go.
Hey.
Itadakimasu.
It's simple, but there's something about the combination with the cinnamon apples with that vanilla bean.
I like cinnamon.
This one's gonna be hard to beat. I just realized though, I think Japan's gonna win this, and we did have a little bet to start the video. I think I said, if Japan beats me, I'll let him tackle me. Is that gonna be safe for me?
Well, yeah, not because it's in America, right?
Does he know it's gonna happen later? Let's move on to Japan. Whoa, very soft. I think Japanese desserts are the best. And then you guys can grab a mochi.
Yeah.
So different.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard one.
I mean, you can't beat this though. Ichi, ni, san. Wow, we're all locked in. You can really taste all the flavors in that. It's like a cloud. Oh no, I just realized something. I think it's time. Be nice to me, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that didn't go well. There it is, guys. Be sure to check out Lulu, Kanishiki as well. Appreciate the support. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you, Max.
You're welcome.
$1. In most countries, it now can get you close to nothing. But in the world's cheapest country, it's a completely different story. Delicious meals, mind-blowing entertainment, and things that I cannot believe, all for under $1. Which makes me wonder, what is it like to live a full day in the world's cheapest country on just $1? Well, to find out, I'm spending the next 24 hours in the new world's cheapest country of Vietnam, running through my typical daily travel routines, starting with breakfast.
This has to be the smallest street I have ever been on.
Which brings us into this maze-like city that has anything from a billiards bar to a pagoda to also one of the best breakfast restaurants in Vietnam.
Okay, it's for you. It's free chada.
I could get used to this free iced tea. This is amazing.
Free iced teas for you, for everyone.
Okay, so anyway, what do we have in front of us here?
Oh, it's bang kang. So she wake up from 4 a.m. every day.
4 a.m.
And she started to sell from 10 a.m.
Wow, so it takes 6 hours to prepare the soup.
Yeah. The noodle is like tapioca noodle. And this is nui, kind of like a pasta, but in Vietnamese, I think it's made from egg.
Wow, that is delicious.
Oh
my God.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah. So sorry. Yeah. Wow. He can hardly fit through. Yeah, sure.
Oh my God.
Wow. There's certain difficulties eating at a restaurant here in Vietnam. Wait, and so this dish and this dish, they cost what exactly?
This costs 5K.
It cost 20 cents for this beautiful bowl of soup that took 6 hours to make. I mean, this might be the best deal, not only in Vietnam, but the world.
Like in the US, for 18 cents, you could maybe get, I don't know, like one piece of gum.
One piece of gum.
But you can't just buy the one piece of gum. You would have to buy the pack of gum.
Okay, I don't want American dream anymore. Now I have Vietnamese dream.
But now being in hour 2, we're moving on to the next part of my daily travel routine of shopping for a unique souvenir. And Stella says she knows just the right market, but we'll have to get there by taking her bike.
So is it scary to ride the motorbike in Vietnam?
Yeah. I think even me, I started to drive when I was 12.
You started driving when you were 12?
Yes, absolutely. 12 years old. For real. Yeah.
Now, in every country I visit, I like to do some type of shopping, but on a budget like we have,
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible, right?
Probably we can get some clothes.
Okay,
and have couple
clothes?
of more. Yeah, clothes. Được cái gì cũng được từ 10.000. Chưa có. Oh, we say we have this for 10K. It's like a thong.
A thong?
I don't think you can use a thong.
No.
I'm imagine you now in the thong.
Oh no. And I love how just every street around us, there's literally 4 streets of just different places that we can go. This is so cool.
Like down the first street, we have all the different stores with sunglasses where prices start at just 50 cents and they have supposedly what are designer sunglasses. Then we have the jewelry street where you can choose any piece of jewelry here for 70 cents. But what has to be the craziest street of them all is the clothing street, which has prices like I've never seen before.
Everything here is 5K.
Everything here.
Like you can get a shirt.
Wow.
And even a fake Ralph Lauren.
Why do you say it's fake?
Like it.
This is real. This is real.
Okay, I want to get a hat that we actually can use it for today.
Yes, yeah. Let's get hats. What does this hat say?
Is when the sun go down, the stars go. Oh.
That's for you.
Okay, that's for me.
I'm gonna let you choose the hat that I get. Okay? I'm not gonna decide. You choose.
It's so classy on you. Wow, it's so classy on you. Hello, Mario. I think he has a new name.
What does it say?
Damn those seagull. Okay, I think
It
it's
says
done.
damn those. Wait, is there something on this hat too?
I do think like it's a poop.
It's a poop? And now moving on to our next objective with our amazing stylish hats.
We're headed to a lunch spot that's truly mind-blowing.
She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different burners in front of her.
Yeah, and she's like, so pro.
Yeah, she's a machine. Anyway, in front of us, we have possibly the most impressive thing we've had yet.
Bánh xèo?
Bánh xèo. And what is it exactly? It's like a pancake or something?
Yeah, it's like a fried pancake, and inside they have even shrimp.
Wow.
And some sprouts.
Yeah. And along with comes this insane plate of vegetables.
It's so big.
With rice paper, fish sauce, and the biggest leaves I've ever seen. So how do you eat bánh xèo?
Okay, I'm gonna show how I roll. So you just put the vegetable in. Yeah! And then you put some of those. Okay! Maybe some chili. What? Some of the pickle. Let's get this mother crawl! And then you roll it.
Wow.
Like rolling.
Snoop Dogg!
Okay, now we dip in.
Okay.
Okay, Joe.
All right, Joe.
It's my favorite so far.
It's amazing.
This thing over here
Yeah.
is 6K.
Even though these things come for such a cheap price, they're putting so much effort into it and also so much expertise as well.
Yeah.
Like she's been here for 30 years making the same dish. And this one stand here only makes two things. I feel as though every objective we keep getting better and better things.
And now being in hour 5, we just arrived at the largest park of Ho Chi Minh City, since the next part of my daily routine is doing a local experience.
And okay, like something I just can't get over is how big the trees are here.
Oh, it's not that big?
I mean, there's places where it is, but not where I'm from. I'm from Chicago, so in Chicago, trees.
So you have popcorn and chicken wings, yes, I know.
Okay, but what are you thinking for the local experience?
There might be some people who play dago. Oh, there's something over there actually.
Oh,
wow. You wanna
Me?
try?
Yeah? Oh,
come on.
okay, let's go. I'm gonna lose. This is gonna be bad. Okay, so you just hit it? What's your name? Xavier? Oh. Oh no! The ball is so unique. It's like a plastic hollow soccer ball.
Yeah.
I'm gonna serve him my special serve here. Oh my God. Oh! Oh! He just did it backwards. That was crazy. This is by far the most difficult sport I think I've ever played. Like, just here. Okay. All right.
Wow.
Oh. It was nice to meet you, yeah. Good game, yeah. Good game. That was so awesome, like how welcoming they were to me too.
Yeah.
Like they were just like, come play. This day's been amazing and it's only getting better. And all that playing has honestly gotten me a bit hungry.
And when you want a snack in Vietnam, the best place you can go is a street food market. But the only problem is...
It seems a bit crazy. There's motorbikes everywhere, so many vendors.
I do think you need to be mentally prepared. Here's the trick how you cross the road in Vietnam.
Yeah.
You just use the God hand and you do like this.
It's a bit scary, no? Oh my God.
It's fine.
Okay, good. That was crazy. Oh, we gotta be careful on the street. Oh my, hand out. Okay.
And now,
Hand. They're not stopping. Oh, we did it. Oh wow, an entire family on the motorbike. This is such a cool street. There's just so many different vendors here.
They have everything you need, even clothes, even food, even if you want to be beautiful, you can go hairdresser and do your eyelashes here.
And there's just chickens on the street here. I feel like you can find everything on this. And where are we gonna go for the snack time here?
We are going to like a bakery.
Okay.
And I think it's just around the corner. And it's a part for 5K.
This entire bakery here has things for 10 to 20 cents. Wild.
It's crazy.
But what has to be the best valued thing in Vietnam at bakeries are their baguettes.
We have a fresh baguette here that he made this morning. He sells 1,000 to 2,000 of, looking incredible.
And look at this. I think it's a full meal. It's not even a snack.
No.
It's like half of my hand.
I think this is some of the freshest bread I've ever had. It's crazy that you can come to a bakery here in Vietnam and get this for how much?
2.5K.
That's 10 cents.
His family is in Texas.
This is so cool. I love how you go to a bakery here in Vietnam and people are showing you photos of their family.
Yeah.
They're so friendly.
Let's move
Yes.
to the next destination.
Let's keep going. Now lately, I've been going to the gym and I wanted to continue that on this challenge, but to be honest, normally gyms cost a lot more than $1. But here in Vietnam, you have free gyms. I am just so impressed by this gym. Like, it's insane. Like, it's huge. They even have things that you would normally find in the gym, like an elliptical here. Then you even have bikes over here.
Yeah, like it's a proper bicycle, right?
Yeah, and these machines are also very unique. Like, there's some ab machines over here, for example, to then over here having like a leg machine. Oh no, it's obliques again.
Oh
my gosh. Then over here we have a leg press that is surprisingly hard. Do you feel the burn on this one?
Just a bit.
What?
Okay, we do 10 more.
10 more?
Yeah. 1, 2. Okay, 5 more.
5 more.
Cold all the way up.
I don't know if I can do it. Oh, how are you so strong?
Okay, one more. 1, Oh my god! Yeah, you made it. Okay, one more. 10. Yeah, you can do it. Okay, show your bicep. Wow.
Okay, honestly, I didn't think I would get such a nice workout. Thank you, trainer Stella. And we're headed to the next objective now that is without a doubt the most mind-blowing thing yet.
As for dinner, we're headed to a place where we can get not only a main dish, but also a dessert. But when we head there, I want to talk to you guys about something a bit serious.
That honestly is very relatable to this video, and that's travel budgets. You see, whenever I travel, I use the app Klook.
Like in the days prior to this budget challenge, I booked activities here for some of the cheapest prices I've seen. From a Halong Bay cruise to a Kuchi Tunnels tour to so much more, but the best part about Klook is you can book tours and experiences literally all around the world. From Statue of Liberty tickets in New York to high roller tickets in Vegas to a Mario Kart tour through the streets of Tokyo to deals in Europe, Asia, North America, or pretty much any other place you can think of.
So anyway, thanks to Klook for being a long-term partner, and be sure to click the link in the description box below and use my code LivingBobbyKlook to get 10% off your next order. Anyway, we're arriving at our next objective now, and you guys won't believe this.
You see, we've come to this enormous market where it's so big you have to use your motorbike to get through it. That has food for prices I've never seen before. For example, vegetables that cost 36 cents a kilo, which is just 16 cents a pound. Fruits I've never heard of before, with some being absolutely monstrous, and incredibly affordable food. Like for the first course of our dinner,
we have Borov9, and what is it exactly here?
It's rice paper.
Okay.
Salad. Very tiny shrimp, some eggs, and then Chinese sausage.
It's incredible. Wow.
And you know, this is so flavorful.
Oh, and how much is this here?
So this one is 5K.
It's insane that this is 5K. In the US, you have foods that are cheap, but typically they're not very well made. Here, everything is homemade, fresh, rolled in front of you, and we get a drink as well.
And the meal doesn't stop there, with the second course being our dessert course, which in Vietnam is most commonly fruits that I have never heard of before.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me what this fruit is.
So this fruit we call it apple custard.
Okay.
In Vietnam, in the north, we call it nam.
Oh, I have never seen a fruit look like this before.
You want to try?
Yes.
Every fruit in Vietnam that I try tastes like a candy that we have back in the US. Like this tastes just like Laffy Taffy, and truly is the perfect way to wrap up dinner, as now the sun is going down, which means we start the most exciting part of my daily routine yet.
The night has come and the sound
go up.
And in Ho Chi Minh City, the best place to start your night is on the famous walking street of Nguyen Hue, where there's street performers of all types, from these insanely large dance groups to singers to various different cultural performances to a few things that are, let's just say, truly surprises worthy of the After Dark surprise section.
Oh my gosh, look at the Mickey.
It doesn't look like a happy Mickey Mouse. Look,
he looks like a very evil Mickey Mouse.
Oh
my gosh, is he looking at us right now? He's looking at us.
It looks something like a little bit like, you know, they have a knife or something. Yeah. We're gonna go and run up.
He's gonna like run up to people. Okay, we gotta get out of here. We cannot.
I think so. I feel a little bit scary.
Yeah.
We've officially escaped Mickey Mouse to this beautiful flower exhibition here.
And are these real flowers here?
Oh yeah, I think real
really?
flowers. Yeah, look at these. Like some of them old.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh my god.
I'm a little bit terrified.
Oh my gosh. Ooh. Oh my gosh, it's literally the size of you. Oh my gosh.
No.
Stella. Oh my god. How do you feel right now?
I'm okay.
Oh my god. You are brave.
Yeah.
I think that this was a job for you.
Oh, you don't want to do?
Oh my god. Oh, it's coming around. It's coming around. Oh my god. Okay, it's curling around. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Exhilarating.
Wow.
Anyway, we have a lot more activities to do.
With now being midnight. And in Vietnam, there's something extra special that you do at this time.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, here in Vietnam, there's a street like no other in the world. of the beer street.
Where there's a bunch of live performances, different music literally out of every bar, neon lights flashing everywhere, and just feeling like one giant party with, of course, people, but also animals.
Random dog just walking down the road.
I think he's going to party, you know?
He's going to party.
Yeah, I think he's going to party.
You see here on Beer Street, well, there's one activity to do. Now, you might be asking yourselves, well, how are you going to drink beer on the budget that we still have? Well, you see here in Vietnam, there's a beer like nowhere else in the world. They have the world's cheapest beer called Bia Hoi. Well, how would you describe it?
It's fresh beer and it's grabbed straight from like the big bottle.
Yeah.
And then they pour one by one.
And served with the Bia Hoi, we have some peanuts here. And you can drink a lot of it because it's low in alcohol, supposedly.
Yeah, I think...
Supposedly. For safety, Stella has dropped her bike off, so...
Yeah, so now we can do the thing, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, Stella, you walk so confidently through traffic.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Yeah, it's just like, no,
Like, there's a bus right next to it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what is doing?
Anyway, we're walking the streets now, looking around for something very special for the After Dark fun section. As you see here in Vietnam, at night, families take to the street and do one thing, and that's doing karaoke. And we're gonna try to join one of them.
Oh my gosh. Oh. So there's like karaoke down alleyways in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Come on, come on. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Yo, you don't know these people.
I actually don't know these people.
I love how we are just down a random alleyway here, and we have just joined a karaoke of random people, and they offered me a beer. This is Vietnam right here. This is amazing.
I think it will be your turn soon.
Oh. So you Vietnam! Yo! Come on! Bye-bye!
Wow, it's
Oh
so
my
amazing.
God! That was incredible! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Okay, Stella, that was incredible!
Wow, look at this. There's like so much energy on there, right?
Okay,
Wow.
I don't think I've ever met nicer strangers before.
And you know, like they just came and they just offer us beer, you know, like everything. And then they said, oh, come with us, party with us, right? Oh, we want to stay more. Wow.
Well, good morning in hour 22, and it has been a wild past few hours. And we've come now around the pagoda because in the morning there's something unbelievable for the sunrise snack section. But first, I can't get over that everywhere I look, there's people meditating.
They look like they're so into it.
Yeah, no, you can feel it, like, it's crazy.
Like, you know, you can feel like you're actually in it.
Being such an amazing and peaceful way to start the day. And funnily enough, right next to all the people meditating, there's one of the most epic sunrise snacks you can imagine, of a Vietnamese burger stand, which is without a doubt my favorite food we had the entire day. And let me tell you something, this day, this was one of the best travel experiences of my life. There was no fancy food, there wasn't any hyped up places. We just walked out the door, saw where it took us, met some of the nicest people, and ate some of the most incredible food of my life. So the next time I travel, I think I just might take $1 and see where it takes me. Because today proves something simple. The best travel days, they aren't bought, they're lived. Anyway, thanks for coming on this adventure with me, and I'll see you guys next time.
Vietnam's awesome!
I love food so much. People have told me they can't imagine me living without it. But apparently, food is what's been holding me back from reaching my peak existence. You see, I've been seeing so many podcasts and articles about how fasting is the key to living forever. Autophagy, cellular cleaning, mental clarity. There's so many fancy things that it does. Dr. Stanimir has really convinced me to give it a shot, for no particular reason other than He looks like he knows things. So I'm gonna do the unthinkable. I'm shutting my stomach off. For the next 72 hours, I'm just not gonna eat anything. This is going to be the last thing that goes inside me with nutritional value for the next 72 hours. So I really need to savor this. This is not just a meal. This is loading up the vault. And my God, this is a large steak. It's like a frickin' poodle on my plate. And that is raw. A good vet could bring this thing back to life. For this meal, I intentionally went higher fat and higher protein for higher hopes of satiety throughout the video. And I also just want to limit the carb withdrawals because those are gonna be really bad. I don't know how, but hopefully one of these eggs could hatch inside me and feed me chicken over the next couple days. I savored every bite of this steak and eggs, and oddly enough, I felt calm, even though I knew this would be my last meal for days. But at the time, I had absolutely no idea what I was about to put myself through. Last bite. And just like that, the fast has now started. Started Monday at 4:30 p.m. and I cannot eat again till Thursday at 4:30 p.m. Goodbye, food. I will see you in 3 character building days.
Good morning. We are just about 16 hours into the fast and I slept so good. I don't think I've eaten that early before bed ever. So that's pretty interesting. Now I intermittent fast every day already, so I knew the beginning part of this was gonna be pretty easy.
Morning weight is 194 pounds, down 4.9 pounds from last night. Today, I'm feeling a bit worried because this really is just the beginning. I did a quick physique check yesterday before my last meal, and while this really isn't about fat loss, it's still gonna be very interesting to see the difference that just 72 hours can make. Maybe 10 years ago, I would have fasted for the pure reason of getting shredded, but now I care about other things equally as important. Killing off cancer cells, eliminating tumors, inflammation. But the thing that I am most excited to achieve is autophagy. Autophagy literally means self-eating, which sounds a little alarming, but it's actually one of your body's most powerful cleanup systems. When you go long enough without food, your body starts breaking down old, damaged cells and recycling them for energy. Think of it like a biological cleanup crew, clearing out the junk so healthier cells can function better. Because of that, autophagy has been linked to anti-aging benefits and increased longevity. One of the less glamorous parts of this experiment is checking my pee. These strips measure ketones to see if my body switched to burning fat for fuel. And at the moment, we've got nothing. We're negative. My body's still acting like food is coming, but it's not. And lastly, we'll see if my skin improves. Fasting has been linked to clearer skin and better tone. So if this works, at the very least, I'll come out looking slightly less tired. Breakfast is served. My boy's gonna be working overtime. I gotta build a plan, because the way I see it, the only way this fast works is if I don't have free time. If my mind stands still, I think about food. So I just need to distract myself from my own thoughts. If I stay busy, I forget that I'm starving. So let's get busy. According to Dr. Sten, 0 to 24 hours is phase 1, the glycogen depletion phase. In the world of torture, this is the stage where they break you. This is when my system starts draining all of its stored carbs for energy. Because I'm not yet adapted to functioning in a fasted state, I'm about to feel every single side effect. I am at the grocery store right now. Diabolical first stop, I know, but we need to go inside and get some supplies. Fasting grocery list be like? Being in a grocery store while you're fasting is a dangerous game. I walked past the bakery like it's an ex I broke up with on Christmas. I didn't stop or make eye contact. I just quietly made my way towards the drinks, hoping to confuse my stomach with the carb in carbonation, and hopefully my skin is just as sparkling. I grabbed a bunch of different flavors like coconut pineapple for an island vibe and strawberry lime for a, I'm not sure what vibe really. And realistically, we already know that plain water is just gonna be straight up boring very soon. Don't be looking over there. They sometimes say that when you feel hungry, you just need some salt water or electrolytes. Who's they? They sound skinny and weak, whoever they are. But essentially it sounds like electrolytes is the difference between focus and fainting, really. But I'm gonna stay as optimistic as possible on this fast and just believe everything. My mouth is closed, but my mind is open. I thought it was smart to get some decaf coffee and herbal tea just so I don't overdo it with the caffeine.
Ooh, a dark affair sounds right up my alley. I'm totally joking. It'd be so easy otherwise. Can you tell? Fasting is just about collecting flavored waters.
So I went home, filled the fridge with drinks, and tried my best to bury myself in work so I forgot food exists. Then I played with Boba. I might not have energy, but he does. He loves this cat toy we just got him. A while back, Katie's mom made us this really cute custom puzzle of one of our engagement photos. Look how happy I look. Me with the love of my life. Failed glycogen stores. But this puzzle is going to be a side quest for me during the fast, so when I have nothing to do, my mind will be occupied. So it's going to distract me from hunger by making me just angry instead. 500 pieces. I hate to see a donut in pieces instead of in my mouth. We are officially 24 hours into the fast, or 48 hours remaining. Woo! I don't know if I'd rather have the remaining time left or how much time I've fasted for as my default. They're both just reminders that the suffering isn't over. They both disappoint me every single time I look at them. In terms of how I feel right now, I wouldn't say I'm starving. I'm just aware of food that's not mine. I think my stomach is like, are we really doing this? Or are you joking? I'm just trying to remind myself that hunger is weakness leaving my body. We cannot get into ketosis fast enough. For 24 hours in, I felt good, better than I expected, but very shortly after, it hit me. 26 hours in, and I'm starting to get a taste of my first downward spiral. At least I'm tasting something, but I just got so hungry out of nowhere. I'm literally dissecting the flavor profile of my own saliva. Boba is starting to look like a little mobile brisket. I'm irritable and moody. I'm irritated with how irritated I am. I feel like I'm gonna bark at somebody if they walk by me. I think I'm just psyching myself out and wondering if I can even do this. I'm second guessing everything. Like, did fasting take Dr. Sten's hairline? I don't know. But I know with fasting, there's highs and there's lows, and the lows are very low. But we just gotta keep on going and break through the low. We got this. I don't know. I think we do. For dinner tonight, I'm having some tea and a sparkling water for dessert. Sophisticated starving, I call it. Definitely feeling better than a few hours before, but I am feeling really, really weird right now. I feel like I could eat everything, but I also feel like I could eat nothing. I'm at this tipping point of either giving into every temptation or leaving hunger behind for good. Like, I'm calm, I'm focused, but I'm 1 second away from a bad decision at all times, which is a very weird place to be. But overall today, I definitely think I've handled it.
My name's Jack. I'm a content creator, or I used to be, until I had my life torn apart by a false accusation. Since this situation went public, I've received death threats, I've been banned from establishments, all of my YouTube channels have been taken down, I've lost friends, I've lost work opportunities,
First it was Minnesota, and now independent journalist Nick Shirley is hitting the streets of California in a new video that was released this week, digging into potential daycare fraud in the Golden State.
Can we enroll a child into the daycare?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here on the state of California.
Well, then there's California's Medi-Cal program, which covers hospice care in the state. Now, over the past 5 years, you'll see here, Medi-Cal's annual budget has soared. It is now projected to be over $200 billion with a B. But despite all that money spent, Nick says that
surely none of it's being wasted.
Some buildings were left totally empty.
Let's see if Grandma could check herself into this one. I'm just trying to be a good grandson. When we're knocking the door, no one's coming. You look inside the window, empty building.
Yep.
We reached out to several entities that Nick investigated.
Let me guess, none of them reached out back.
I'm just totally hung up.
Yeah.
Others didn't answer at all. And we did hear back from California Governor Gavin Newsom's team, who referred us to his post on the press office's X page, which read like this. Wow, Nick Shirley finds potential fraud in Donald Trump's federal Medicare system. Gavin Newsom imposed a moratorium on new hospice licenses beginning in 2021. Well, Newsom's own state...
Why do you have to do that? Retard. Why did you have to do a moratorium on it? I wonder why.
Department of Health, it's the Healthcare Services, I should say, is in charge of monitoring medical fraud. And just last night, that department reached out to us with a statement reading in part, quote, California continues to take decisive action regarding hospice fraud. The department remains firmly committed to protecting medical members, strengthening oversight, and ensuring that taxpayer dollars are used appropriately.
Nope.
Well, with that,
That's
independent journalist Nick Shirley joins me now. Nick, I watched the entire 40-minute video. I saw when you pulled up to a supposed daycare center.
That's correct.
And you found young children alone. And you kept...
That's right, bro. They had them out there on this, like, and the thing is, like, whenever we were kids, we were doing that too. But, like, that's not what you're supposed to do at a daycare, right?
Saying, where's the worker here with you? Where's the daycare leader?
Yeah.
And there was no one there. Were these kids totally alone? Did you ever find an adult there?
Yes, at that daycare, those kids were completely alone.
Uh-huh.
How old were they?
Completely alone, and it's...
Like three, four?
I imagine they're between the ages of 5 to 8 years old.
Oh.
They're completely alone, and keep in mind, they're able to have these daycares and like these apartment complexes in the neighborhoods.
Look at this, bro. It's the daycare next to the landfill, next to the crackheads.
These aren't like the daycares where you'd be sending your kids to. These are people who are taking money from government subsidies to collect to fund
I'm gonna send my kid to that daycare. You know what this daycare is from? It's from The Walking Dead.
To fund their lifestyles.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And I felt like I was watching a rerun of Minnesota, except no, wait, this was totally different state. It was California. Gavin Newsom has said, you're hyping massive fraud and you came up empty. What do you say in response to that?
So the hospices.
Well, just go ahead and watch the video. I mean, these hospice owners are driving around $100,000, $200,000 cars. The people in the video even say that there is fraud happening.
Yeah.
And then you go to a place where they've received over $1 million in funding, and there's nothing to show.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you found a defender in Democratic Senator John Fetterman. I want to play that. Watch this.
Why can't you celebrate any journalist or any, activist doing that? And what, Governor Newsom put out a disgusting video implying that he's, a pedophile or he's that. Like, why? That's like kind of a smear. Shouldn't we?
Isn't it crazy that this guy just being reasonable makes him more unpopular than basically any candidate in history as a Democrat? The moment that he's like, well, why can't we just go after fraud?
Agree.
Why can't we just get rid
eliminate
of fraud?
all the waste?
Racist?
What do you make of that? John Fetterman defending your work there.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think John Fetterman, he's one of the Democrats that has common sense.
He does.
And Gavin Newsom, he had the opportunity to say, okay, thank you for exposing this fraud. Now let's go down and crack down on it.
Get the
Instead,
rats.
he comes after the person for exposing the fraud. It's not too hard to say fraud is bad, let's fix it. And that's what Fetterman is saying. He said it's bad anywhere. If I were to go to any state in America, you'd be able to find fraud. It just so happens to be that a large portion of this fraud.
The reason why John Fetterman falls off on this side is because he advocates for Americans generally. I'm not saying the guy's perfect, but he tries to put American interests first. And so whenever he gets a lot of opposition from the Democratic Party, it's because the Democratic Party has been taken over by foreigners that want to subvert America and inject their third world ideology into it. That's the reason why.
Place in Democrat-ran cities and states.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. There's a national fraud commission that's looking into this. You posted this after your video hit. You said, after last night and the constant doxing attempts and threats from people who want to attack me, largely due to politicians and leftist hate-filled rhetoric as I expose billion-dollar fraud schemes stealing from taxpayers, I've decided
So, this crazy story from Spain going viral. Teenager Noelia Castro Ramos was placed in state-run center for vulnerable children. In 2022, Noelia was gang raped by migrants, which the Spanish government allowed in and sponsored in the state-run facility. On October 4th, 2022, she jumped out of the window trying to kill herself. So, let me get this straight. This girl got put in a child protective services, and then you had migrants that got put in the same center. And one of the things that happens is that migrants come over and they say that they're children, but they're actually like 22 years old.
Me llamo Noelia Castillo Ramos. Tengo 25 años.
I'm 25 years old, and well, I have 4 days left. Because basically, on the 26th, they're going to perform euthanasia on me. Any doubts about it?
Paro todo el proceso. No.
No.
Lo tenía muy claro desde el principio.
It was clear at the beginning. They're fighting to make it happen. At age 24, Noelia requested euthanasia after becoming paraplegic while attempting to take her own.